Tradoon. Tradoon. So what is the answer? A prehistoric monster. Well, what do we make of these bones?
5 months. That's almost a decade, right?
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. It's great to have you here. I'm glad you could join us today. We're gonna have some fun discussion on this beautiful Thursday. And thank you, Little Riverbeck and Briseem Climte for the follows. Welcome to Paleontologizing. If it is your first time here, and it is probably your first time here, I'm glad you enjoyed that cold open video, the Tradoon one. It's an inside joke, it's a long story. But anyway, I'm glad you're here. My name is Danny Anduja. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. You probably know already that a paleontologist is a scientist who studies fossils. Dinosaur fossils are my specialty. That's what I work on, what I publish on in the scientific literature, what I dig up during the summers is dinosaurs. And even though this is a dinosaur science channel for the most part, we talk about all fossil science, really. That's what paleontologizing is all about. That's where the name comes from. Paleontology is the study of ancient life through fossils. But it's not so much a subject matter as it is a way of exploring the world around us. At least that's the idea here. That's why paleontologizing, it's taking paleontology and making it a verb. I want to bring fossil science to you at home to show you how it actually works on the ground, whether that's digging up dinosaurs live on stream like I was doing during the summer out in Utah and Wyoming, or whether it's discussing some of the newest publications and discoveries in fossil science, or answering your questions, because that's really the majority of these streams' runtime is me answering your questions, discussing in real time how we know what we know about the ancient world, about the history of life on Earth, about evolution and extinction, anagenesis, speciation, and how it's relevant to our everyday lives. Today, which happens to be December 21st, the December solstice, we're going to be talking about the reason for the winter season, the December solstice. We're going to be talking about what that means, why we have seasons, and how those processes have actually changed climate on the Earth in the ancient past. Not just during the last ice age, although that is going to be a major discussion today, but also throughout the history of life before that too, including during the time of the dinosaurs. So you're here on the right day. This is going to be a lot of fun. Welcome, especially everybody who's new. Like you, Briseem, Utah is real? Yes, it is indeed. It's a magical place where up is down and dinosaur fossils are abundant. That's why I was there. Anyway, and Rita says the December solstice, so today has the longest time for the sun. If you're in the southern hemisphere, yes. If you're up here in the northern hemisphere, like me, in the beautiful sunny San Francisco Bay Area, then today is actually the shortest day of the year in terms of daylight. We'll be talking about why in just a little bit. Is the answer planetary axial tilt? That is the reason for the season, Confused Echidna, yes. And I'm trying to be very considerate of our brothers and sisters, comrades and friends down in the southern hemisphere as well, like you, Confused Echidna, down there in Straya. It's your summer. It's still December solstice, but December solstice marks the peak of summer, or the beginning of summer for you. So yeah. Happy planetary axial tilt day, everyone. Exactly, Confused Echidna. Yeah, and it is very summer there. Yeah, I've been hearing it's very hot there, Confused Echidna. We'll be talking about why that difference is, you know? It's already dark there in Indiana. Holy cow. The sun goes down at 4:54 p.m. here, where I live, in the San Francisco Bay Area. 4:54 p.m. Not even 5 p.m. Sun has already dipped below the horizon. That's the earliest it will do all year. And I kind of wish I could be present for sunset today, but you know what? We kind of can. Let's take a look at the view from the Lawrence Hall of Science in Berkeley, California. There we go. It's a little bit cloudy, but you can see the Golden Gate Bridge there off in the distance. This is from the Berkeley Hills. There's Berkeley down below. That's where the University of California Museum of Paleontology is. Yeah, there's San Francisco over there. There's the Golden Gate Strait with the Golden Gate Bridge across it. It's already getting close to sundown. Another 2 hours. It's going to be nighttime here. Shortest day of the year. And Golganek has spotted the revised Smilodon skull right there. Yes, indeed. And look what else we've got. Some new ones today. I don't think anybody's seen this one yet. I just printed this last week. Mammuthus primigenius. Woolly mammoth. We'll be talking about those guys too. And crab, not a crab, exactly, Claire Bird. Limulus. The horseshoe crab, despite not being a crab. Yeah. It's, Yeah. And 5:02 p.m. here? That doesn't sound right, Lady Fiend. It can't be... Time zones don't work that way. No, I know what you mean, Lady Fiend. That's sunset time for you. Cool. Yeah. And 22:45 here. Holy cow. Kev Gamer UK. Very nice. Yeah. And there are half-hour times... Is that right? There are half-hour time zones, Claiber? That's news to me. On the 22nd, because you're from the future? Exactly, Echidna. Yeah, we'll be talking about that. And Newfoundland is a half-hour time zone? Or in India? India, that makes sense. There's so many people there, and it's such a... Well... I guess India is kind of like Chile. It's a color that... A country that is taller than it is wide. So that would make sense. Yeah. It's half an hour earlier from Eastern Time in Newfoundland. Interesting. Yeah, they're all real blue. 1528. I appreciate you. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad everybody's here today. Welcome, welcome, and happy December solstice. Let's cruise through chat real quick. Steely Dan, Claire Burr, Science Streams. Belint, how are you doing? How was the rest of your stream yesterday? It was a ton of fun doing that crossover with you. Looking forward to next week already. Jody Fish, Galara Dragon, Little River Beck, Jumanwe, Matt M33, Golganek, Kodali, Chris TS, Brisine, Stinky Winky, Lenina, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here, Lenina. I mean, how did your son's concert go the other day? Hope it was really good. Reanimated Bit and End It Then Did. Jim. Casey Snow Art. Casey Snow Art says hello from the road, driving to see family for the holidays and listening a la podcast. Excited to hear about this topic so I can convince my climate change resistant family to be more open-minded. Oh. We can talk about that, Casey Snow Art. That's the thing. A lot of people are really sensitive about the idea of climate change because, well, there's a lot of reasons. There's been a lot of propaganda about this, unfortunately, especially from the fossil fuel industry. But it's become a political football here in North America, at least. Love the Charlie Brown Christmas tree. Thank you, Moosey Fates. Yeah, we put that up yesterday. That was a lot of fun. In fact, there we go. How's that? For some relaxing opening music here as I catch up to the bottom of chat. Rosand, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Another Australian here in chat. Chatting in from the southern hemisphere. Very cool. And sunset was 4:31 p.m. here. Holy cow, Galara Dragon, you must be somewhere up north. That is something. Wow. Yeah. Belladon, how are you doing? It's good to have you here, too. And you really, really like the horseshoe crab at Little Riverback? That's awesome, thank you. Yeah. Limulus polyphemus. I needed something else for our kind of Pleistocene theme for today. Horseshoe crabs are Ice Age creatures, too. They've existed since, what? The Ordovician or something like that? They also existed through Earth's ice ages, so a little bit of love for our invertebrate brethren here. I'm glad you appreciate that, Little Riverback. I think you're going to be right at home here in this channel. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Notes from Krautland. How are you doing? Anything America always feels like Hollywood, since the names and landmarks pop up so often in European media? That makes a lot of sense. Krautland, it does. Are you from Germany, perhaps, given your name and the context of this message? I appreciate you being here, too. It's good to see you. And Kev Gamer UK, hope you're doing well, too. It is late there in the UK. Holy cow. Red Wagon, what's shaking with you? It's good to see you. Tony is my baby. Says, I've been working from before dawn till it's almost dark all this week. Not today. Are you off today, Tony? That is exciting. I hope you're enjoying it. Dr. Irrefutable, how are you doing? Welcome to you. Marika937 says hello, everyone, and I think everyone, including me, says hello right back, Marika. Hope you're doing well. And, Wilco says, I might need some tips for climate change arguments at Christmas. We could do that today. Wilco, we can do that. Sure. Yeah, it's interesting. Like, out of all the topics that we talk about here on Paleontologizing, that is the one where people are most frequently upset and argumentative about. So yeah, it can be an emotionally charged thing, and I respect that. We'll talk about it. Yeah. Just taking mental notes. Okay, Casey Snowart. Okay. Yeah. And it's real. I thought the tree was an overlay image. No, Galara Dragon. I went through much expense and risk of life and limb to acquire this beautiful Tannenbaum. And here it is. Yeah. And Kev Gamer UK says, I live in Oxford, and we have the Oxford University Museum of Natural History here. You do indeed. That has the first dinosaur ever named. Megalosaurus bucklandi. I've actually corresponded with some folks from that museum and gotten the files to print that. Contains some of the earliest surviving collections, and collections relating to the likes of William Buckland, Richard Owen, and Charles Lyell. Yes, indeed, Kev Gamer. Yes, indeed. Let me grab that real quick. I haven't painted it yet. A lot of these models I still have to paint, but I've 3D printed the original Megalosaurus jaw. There, it looks like this. In the Oxford Museum of Natural History. Be right back. Check it out. This is my 3D print of the original Megalosaurus dentary, lower jaw. Check that out. So I got this as a file from the good folks at the Oxford Museum of Natural History. It's a pretty cool specimen. This is the original, the OG dinosaur specimen. Megalosaurus was the first dinosaur ever named way back in 1824, if memory serves. Was it 1820 or 1824? Anyway. Very cool. Megalosaurus. Oh, and let me make sure that our... Oh, good. Okay. I'm not getting sound through that camera. That's good. Anyway. Yeah. The OG. Yes, indeed, Ash Rubber. Yes, indeed. Good stuff. What do you say we get into, we talk, well, no, before we do that, shoot. Before we get into December solstice, and those of you from the southern hemisphere, I'm doing my darndest to call it December solstice and not winter solstice, because it's summer for you down in the southern hemisphere. I'm trying to be as global as possible about this, you know? But, yeah, and it is 1824? Oh, thank you, Clever. Yeah. At the end of a 12-hour drive and it just started pouring. Better focus? Oh, okay. Casey Snowart, you take care. Drive safe. I appreciate you. Thank you. And Christie's Art Nook, yes, indeed. I've moved, Christie's Art Nook. I moved into a new place. And, I hope you like the new digs. We've got sort of Ice Age lighting going on right now. But, here, check this out. There's our normal stream lighting on a given day. But we can do all kinds of cool stuff. In this new space. It's pretty cool, if you ask me. Oh yeah, I'm pretty excited about that, you know? But here we've got our Pleistocene glaciation lining. Yeah. And what light can do for a place? I know, right, Claire Burr? Yeah. I'm excited about this. You know what else I'm excited about? Before we jump into our December solstice discussion, let's play a little game of Metazua here. We've been doing this for a few days this week. This will be my third or fourth time playing this. This is kind of like Wordle, if anybody is familiar with that. It's like a word guessing game, but here we're guessing what kind of animal they have selected for the day. So if you know what it is, don't tell me. But you got to guess what animal it is, and you kind of use their tree of life as a hint. We're going to use our own to help narrow things down, too. This is not cheating, this is being intelligent about things. This is like, this sort of thing is only helpful if you know what you're doing already. So, I maintain that it is not cheating. Let's take a look. Let's enter the zoo.
Hold on to your butts.
Alright. Go. Alright, so we've got to find out what the animal is, and we do that by guessing in here. So guess any species to begin. And I was going to do Smilodon, but they don't have extinct animals, I guess. Let's do a Bactrian camel. They don't have that. Okay. Let's just try camel. I guess it's a little bit more... or no, let's try musk ox. Oh, that was coelacanth? Well, let's do coelacanth. We're gonna have our coelacanth stream tomorrow. Alright. Oh! Eutelostomi. I'm not actually familiar with that group. But this is a... Okay, so this is fishes basically, which include sarcopterygians like birds, mammals, crocodilians, amphibians, etc. So that's interesting. Let's find that on here. That would be... Let's try vertebrates. And it'll actually be more specific than that. It should be jawed vertebrates. So there's vertebrates right there. Vertebrata.
What is the answer? A prehistoric monster. Well, what do we make of these bones?
HD and HB.
My main problem with this game is ferret is not an option. Ferret 69 rabid.
Is that right, HD? When you not type in ferret? Well, we know we could do it for this. Or were you making a play on failure and it's not an option?
Really spectacular. Spared no expense.
And Ghostly Ghoul, thank you.
Gifted a tier 1 sub to Oscar JRS.
I appreciate that, Ghostly Ghoul. Thank you for gifting Oscar Juniors. Thank you, thank you. And look, we're now at 52 out of 200 subs. Our goal for the week. Our goal that ends tomorrow. We'll see if we get there. But yeah, see, we got ferrets in here. Yeah, but with this animal here, it wants me to click this? Do you get a hint if you click it? I don't know how this works. Show table, what does that mean? Oh, cool. Okay, return to tree. Okay. So we know it's a utelostome, which is going to be... Go back to vertebrates. There we go. Jawed vertebrates. Bony vertebrates. Yeah, utelostomi. This is it. So creatures that have skeletons. So if it were a sarcopterygian animal, if this were a lobe-finned fish, including tetrapods, if it were any of these creatures, any reptile, including birds, any amphibian, any mammal, then the clue that it would have given us would have been sarcopterygians. But it's not. It's not. Instead... it's this right here. So it's got to be some sort of ray-finned fish. It's got to be. And so what we're going to do here in order to be intelligent about this is... let's find like a major split. Let's find if there's like a major divergence in the ray-finned fishes. And we'll do one of those. So let's try... Let's try a teleost fish. Let's try a basal teleost fish. Let's try tarpon. That'd be a good one. Let's try tarpon. Nope, that's not... they don't have... tarpon's not available. Okay. Let's try ladyfish. That's not available either. Goodness. Let's try eel, I guess. Electric eel is not actually an eel, it's a knife fish. Would that be a good guess? Where do knife fish fall out? They're over there. Okay, I guess we can guess that. This is gonna be tricky, because I don't know my... I don't know my ray-finned fishes all that well, but okay, shoot. It's not an electric eel.
Extinction is the motor of substantial change in evolution. If extinction didn't occur, a successful group would dominate and it would last forever.
I just opened Twitch once in a while to gift you my Prime.
I appreciate that.
Paleo, I never seem to catch any of your streams anymore.
Well, Nerthos, I really appreciate you open up Twitch and gifting that Prime. Thank you, thank you. And welcome back. How are you? I hope things are good, Nerthos. Have you seen the new space? It's lit a little different today because we're doing a stream about ice ages and climate and stuff like that. But yeah. Nerthos, I appreciate you, and thank you for the 9 months of subscribing there with Prime. I really appreciate it. Things are good. Yeah. It's really more you on there. Thank you, Nerthos. And I moved homes, Moosey Fate. I'm in a new place now. New living space, new working space, new streaming space. Yeah.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Gala 2 hype.
And Galara Dragon, thank you for the 100 bits there. I appreciate that very much. Thank you. Yeah.
In that brief moment, we alone are the only species to
Victorious.
and appreciate the great dinosaurs.
Thank you for the 18 months of support, Victorious. I really appreciate that.
Magnificent.
Thank you, Victorious. Appreciate you. 18 months of support is a long time. Thanks for keeping me here on the air. Yeah. Could it still be a tetrapod? I don't think so, because if it were a tetrapod, it would be within group Sarcopterygia. So this shows you the last common ancestor between your guess and the mystery critter, the mystery animal. So if it were a tetrapod...
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Thank you, Golganek, for those 100 bits. Thank you, Golganek. Sí. Un tren. Claro que sí. Do they also have a woolly rhino print file you can buy at True Sisep? I'm not sure. They might. We'll be talking about woolly rhinos today, actually. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. You can go hunting around for a woolly mammoth, or woolly rhino, excuse me. File to print. Even elasmotherium would be really cool too. Yeah.
In all the world, there are fewer than 40 full-time dinosaur paleontologists.
A truckhorn is supporting one of them.
3 of them are leading this expedition.
A truckhorn, thank you so much. Holy cow. I really appreciate that, truckhorn. Thank you.
5 subs.
Thank you so much for the 5 gift subs there. Holy cow, look. We're at 57 out of 200 now for the week. I appreciate that very much, Truckhorn. I really do. Thank you. Good stuff. That's excellent. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, it's not going to be a tetrapod, I think.
Blaming the dinosaurs.
Thank you, Risadego.
Could I please trouble you to pet the tree? Guy thinks it is fake.
Oh. Risadego, I'm sorry, it is fake. Yeah. See, it's just an image here, you know, on the green screen that... Oh, shoot, never mind. No, it's very much real. In fact, one of my landlords was actually chewing on it yesterday and then proceeded to throw up on the floor. What is it with cats with, like, chewing on vegetation and then immediately vomiting? And it's like they relish doing that. What is it about that, you know? I don't understand it. Is there something cathartic about that? Or it's like, I just need to cough up some bile, you know? Yeah, hyper carnivore cleanse, says Clever. Could be, yeah. But yeah. They're obligate carnivores, but anything hangy is worth biting and chewing. I guess so. Yeah. And it's not that consistent. This is the first time it's happened in... The first time I've seen it in like 6 months. Slumber, yeah. 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 And Nerthos, thank you for that gift sub. I do really appreciate it. Thank you very, very much. That is excellent. Thank you kindly. Good stuff. Yeah. Get them catnip. They have catnip, Jody Fish. That's not the issue. It was like specifically... Mini Pie ran over to this, just started chewing on the pine needles, and then like 45 seconds later, like, boom! It went out like maybe 1/3 of a meter. Yeah. I don't know. Cats. Cats are gonna cat. I don't think this is a cat. It's got to be some sort of other ray-finned fish. Let's try and do this intelligently. Let's go to Actinopterygia, the ray-finned fishes, if I can spell that right. Let me just... ray-finned fishes. There we go. Actinopterygii, that's what it wants. Yeah. So, ray-finned fishes. Let's try trout. Guess. Oh, that got up. No, that didn't get us anywhere. Shoot. So we know it's not an osteoglossocephali fish. Let's see if we can find that clade. Osteoglossocephalans. So we know it's not one of these. We can count all of these out. It's not going to be a bullhead, a char, a squirrelfish, a seahorse, a barb. It's not going to be any one of these. So it's got to be eels, tarpons, 10-pounders, and ladyfish. I feel like I was on the right track. Here. Wait. As long as it is a teleost, it might not necessarily be a teleost. It could be a bowfin or a gar. But let's try that. Let's try... It won't let me do eel. Let's try gar, maybe? I guess? I don't know. Or bowfin? Let's try gar. Alligator gar? No. Bowfin? No. Goodness. These are gar and bowfin, so we know it's not one of these, because those are not part of it. I don't think it's going to be a sturgeon or paddlefish. No, it could be. It could be. Sturgeon is not an option. Paddlefish is... Did I just waste a guess? No, not found in database. Okay. So it can't be a sturgeon. Or a paddlefish. Could it be a bichir? That's not an option either. Something's wrong here. Something's wrong here. We know that the critter is... There is a chance that this is just missing rank Sarcopterygii. Oh, goodness. And the game does have its own reference tree, Moosey Fate. Yeah. Oh, and hang on. Big TN's got a question here. I have a question about evolution. Great. Is there any discussion in the science community around the idea that evolution is directionless against the idea that you can link back in time through trees to animals that could be considered simpler? Evolution is considered directionless. There's no, like, guiding force in evolution. It's just generation by generation. Creatures are a little bit different from their parents' generation. And natural selection can kind of push them in certain directions by, like, exerting pressure forces on them. Like, I don't know. Maybe if oxygen levels were lower, then, like, the creatures that can survive on less oxygen would reproduce more, and those genes would spread throughout the population. But it's not like directional in the way that it's like... It's not like directed by some sort of intelligent force.
My 50,000 a year has been well spent.
Holy cow, Reaganation. 6 months of support there at tier 3. Holy cow, do I appreciate that, Reaganation. Thank you, thank you. Excellent. It's great to have you here, Reaganation. Thank you for helping us get closer to our Partner Plus push. Our Partner Plus goal. Returning to your question, Big TN, directionless against the idea that you can link back in time through trees to animals that can be considered simpler. I don't think I understand your question, Big TN. Could you rephrase? Because it sounds like an important question, and I want to be able to... I don't know if I understand my question anymore. Well, if you can think of a way to clarify it a little bit, I think we could get somewhere with it. Yeah. Maybe just think about how to rephrase it if you remember your original reasoning. Yeah. Anyway, what if this isn't Teleos? Or, excuse me, a tetrapod. Let's just search salamander. If this gets us somewhere, then this is a problem with this, and we're overthinking it. Like, that would mean that the game is dumber than we are, and that's... Let's see here.
Hold on to your butts.
Yeah. It worked. Oh, boy. That means we wasted several guesses there, 2, because we're smarter than the game is. Oh, boy. So, the reason why I thought it couldn't be a tetrapod is because lobe-fin fishes, including coelacanths, there's a coelacanth right there. Coelacanth right there. Lobe-fin fishes are sarcopterygians. And so if our creature is a tetrapod, then this branch, the branch that's closest to our guess over here, which was electric eel, I think, or coelacanth, when we typed in coelacanth, it should have shown clade sarcopterygii right there. Like, this is not a side branch over here. Tetrapods are part of a clade with coelacanths. See? Lobe-fin fishes, including tetrapods. Sarcopterygii. Basically, this group right here should have been right here, and it should have said tetrapoda from the jump. Or sarcopterygii from the jump. And it didn't do that. So, yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Coelacanths are sarcopterygians. Exactly, Jody Fish. Yeah, yeah. So, it went out too broad right here. It's supposed to be the most specific group that includes your guess and the animal in question, and the mystery animal, and it didn't do that. Oh boy. So we know it's... This kind of shakes my faith in this game a little bit, honestly. This isn't as fun anymore now that I know that it's kind of a little bit borked. So it is a tetrapod. Okay. I wish I'd... It should have told us that 3 guesses ago. Let's do the synapsid sauropsid split here.
No expense.
An
And-
anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to Sarcopterygian monkey.
Well, thank you, anonymous gifter, and what an excellent recipient there. I appreciate that, anonymous gifter. You are as generous as you are mysterious and as thoughtful. You are as generous as you are mysterious and thoughtful. Never guess coelacanth again. I guess so, HD. Yeah.
Let's protect our fossils.
And Big TN.
If they're removed, America loses them forever.
I really appreciate that, Big TN. Thank you for the Prime sub. And, yeah. Yeah. And... Let's see. Oh yeah, and there we go. Claire Burr has got a good point about that. Yeah, yeah. There is a general trend in evolution toward higher complexity, but it's not like a hard and fast rule. It's just kind of that's how it goes. Like the longer a lineage has been around, generally the more complex it gets. But sometimes really complex lineages just go extinct, you know? And then less complex ones will take over. And then it kind of begins again, you know? Yeah. Now we're into non-amphibian since the salamander is out, says Jody Fish. I mean, it looks like it. If it were,
Really spectacular. Spare
and thank you, Nell, for that gift sub.
Giving
I
a
appreciate
more
that very much.
Tier 1 sub to
Thank you,
Silas
thank you.
at 237.
Good stuff. Oh, and you got one for Silas. That's excellent. Yeah. Thank you, Nell. So it's probably not going to be an amphibian here. It's either going to be a synapsid, which is a mammal today, or a sauropsid. That includes reptiles and birds. Birds are, strictly speaking, a kind of reptile. So let's try, let's see. Let's try a bird. Let's try Emperor Penguin. And it is an amniote, so it's not an amphibian. So that means it's got to be some kind of mammal. And what we want to do here is let's try an elephant. And it is a eutherian mammal. Okay. We've got 14 guesses left. Let's jump to clade Eutheria, and I'll show you what these are. These are placental mammals, basically, if I remember correctly. Yeah. Placental mammals. These are mammals that don't keep their young in a pouch, like marsupials, and they don't lay eggs, like monotremes. They have a placenta inside. And funny, placenta is actually like, especially for if you don't know what it means, it's a beautiful word. Like phonetically, it just sounds really nice. Placenta. My girlfriend in college, both of her parents were doctors. Well, I guess one was a PhD and one was a medical doctor. But her medical doctor mother told me a story about when she was like, I think she was finishing her training as a doctor, and she was in a delivery room, and there was a young mother who was having a baby, didn't have a name picked out for the baby yet, even while giving birth, and then she heard one of the doctors say the word placenta, and she thought that word sounded so beautiful that she named her newborn daughter Placenta. And I'll always remember that story. Yeah. It is a beautiful name, though, if you don't know what it means, you know? My grandmother has told the same story. She was an RN in World War II. Interesting, Linux Witch. I hope it's not one of those apocryphal stories and I'm just misremembering it. But that could be the case. Or it could be something more common. I don't know. But yeah. Anyway, placental mammals are mammals that have a placenta. So we know it's one of these. It is a eutherian mammal, but it's not an elephant. So it's not going to be within Afrotheria, or else it would show us Afrotheria. So it's not going to be within this group, Atlantogenata or Afrotheria. So these we can cross off. It's going to be within Boroeutheria. And so it could either be a carnivoran, bat, hedgehog, or more, a Laurasia including a rhinoceros, or it could be a Euarchontoglire, which includes primates, rodents. Primates and rodents, basically. Yeah. So let's try over here. We've got more possibilities on this side, I feel. Let's try for an even-toed ungulate. Let's try a goat. And it is part of Boroeutheria. Okay. Wait, Boroeutheria. Okay, but it's not a goat. Shoot. Oh, boy. If it were close to a goat, though, it would be part of Ungulata, which it's not. It can't be an ungulate, or it would have shown that. Let's try some sort of carnivoran like that. Let's try a weasel or something. Oh. Let's try... Wait, hang on. Yeah, martens are part of this group. That'll work. Let's try weasel. It's not a goat or a weasel, but... Oh, wait, shoot, they're within Laurasiatheria. Darn it. So it's not a Laurasiathere at all. Okay. It's not a Laurasiathere. It's some other kind of Boroeutherian, which is rodents, primates, and more. So, let's... Okay, we're getting close, We've got 12 guesses left. Let's try chimpanzee, and we'll see if that can eliminate the primates for us. Oh, holy cow. Oh, we've got it now, chat. This is within genus Pan. Pan is chimpanzees and... Who else, chat? Who else is within genus Pan? Not coelacanth skulganek. The pygmy chimpanzee. See, Will of the Winds knows. Will of the Winds knows. It's the bonobo. If any of you said bonobo, you were correct. Here, let's take a look. Go to genus Pan, which is the chimpanzees, but includes Pan troglodytes, the chimp, and what was once known as the pygmy chimpanzee, the bonobo. They're very close relatives of chimpanzees. They diverged 1.6 million years ago, which is pretty recently. So, let's try bonobo here.
Hold on to your butts.
And of course, that is it. Yeah. Very nice. Very nice. Very nice. Yeah. Excellent. That is really good. That is really good. I'm happy about that. Yeah. Fantastic. Huh. Discount your wasted rabbit holes. How many guesses was it? Well, shoot, if I knew that it was a tetrapod, if they had just said Sarcopterygia like they should have, because that is a well-recognized clade, then, yeah, that was 3 guesses there, I think, that we were robbed of. So I should have gotten that in... Let's see. That should have been 7 guesses instead of 10, I think. Let's see. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That was 10 guesses. It should have just been 7. Yeah. The game uses NCBI taxonomy. That's interesting, Lucy Fate. Here. Yeah, Sarcopterygia is within the NCBI taxonomy. It was just incomplete, I guess. That is irksome to me, you know? we're going to be talking about this tomorrow at length, because tomorrow, of course, is Fishmas Day. Where did that go? Excuse me. This folder, coelacanth stream. I guess I don't have it on there. Here, give me a second and I'll show you the image. Or you know what? I can just open it in Photoshop. Why not? But yeah. I know what it means in general, but not the specific taxonomy, says Moosey Fate. It's not going off a different library of taxonomy, it's in there. So Sarcopterygia is within the NCBI paradigm, and they just didn't include it in there for whatever reason. But anyway, tomorrow is Fishmas. And we're going to be talking all about the coelacanth. I'm actually working on painting my big, near life-size coelacanth model. And,
This is a herbivore and that's the dinosaur man.
Santosh.
Birds are dinos, 3 paleo birds are dinos, 2 paleo birds.
Thank you,
are dinos.
Santosh. Oops. For the continued support. 3 months. I really appreciate that. Thank you for keeping me online for the past 3 months. Thank you. So yeah, you would wear the heck out of a coelacanth sweater. I tried to print this the other day, Green Herring, and I think I had some bad photo emulsion, and it just didn't work. There's a slight chance I'll try again tomorrow, but I don't know. We'll see. And Eutellostoma is one up from Sarcopterygia. Exactly, Tonyus my baby. That's why it should have said Sarcopterygii when I guessed a tetrapod. And it didn't do that. So yeah. Yeah. It caused us a lot of problems. Right there. It cost us 3 guesses. Anyway, tomorrow is going to be the big coelacanth stream. So get excited for that. It's going to be a ton of fun. And, but for right now that we're done with Metazoa, let's talk a little bit about the the December solstice. And let me get this set up properly. There we go. Yeah. What is the reason for the season? Well, axial tilt. The tilt of the Earth's axis is the reason for the season. Let's talk about why. There we go. The winter solstice occurs in the northern hemisphere around the 21st of December. It is the 21st of December this year, and today is the 21st of December. Happy solstice. At this time, every point north of the Arctic Circle is in total darkness for a full 24 hours, and the northern hemisphere experiences its shortest day. This occurs because the Earth's axis tilts at an angle of 23.5 degrees in relation to its orbit around the sun. It is not because the sun is further away, or the Earth is further away from the sun, that it gets cold here in the northern hemisphere. Shoot, the fact that it's warmer in the southern hemisphere, the fact that it's summer down there should be a hint there. But I know some very smart people who were confused about this. Like, they just never got taught this in school or something. And they thought, oh yeah, the seasons occur because the Earth gets closer to the sun when it's summertime, and then when it's further from the sun, it's not as hot, so it's winter. That is not how it works at all. It's because of the Earth's tilt like this. That 23.5 degree tilt on its axis. And would precession lead to solstices without an axial tilt? They'd probably be much smaller and not regular, though. Well, the winds. When you talk about precession, do you mean like perihelion and aphelion? Is that what you're talking about? Because I don't think they would, but I'm not sure. And Slumberlust says, why is it called winter solstice when it's only winter in some parts of the world? Only in the north? It shouldn't be, Slumber. That's a good question. That's why I am trying to remember to call it December solstice. Because December solstice is the beginning of winter in the north and the beginning of summer in the south. For all our Australian chatters right now, It's summertime now. Summer just started with December solstice. Does that make sense? Yeah. And Steely Dan says, it's a hard enough concept to show in a textbook. A video is way more effective. Agreed. And I'll actually show you how I learned this back in school in a little bit. We've got another video to explain that. Yeah. And Sim, in part, well, with the warming of the Earth's climate today, yes. When the northern hemisphere tilts away from the sun, man, this goes too fast. Let's try 0.75 speed. There we go. When the northern hemisphere tilts away from the sun, the incoming solar radiation is spread over a large surface area. And again, notice that the equator right here, whether it's December or whether it's June, the equator is always being hit almost dead on, as you'll see, and that's why it's always warm at the equator. See how that makes sense? Yeah. Come on, YouTube. With less heat energy available, temperatures drop and winter falls. And that's why the further north you go, the colder it gets, because the rays of the sun are less and less direct. You might be surprised to know the Earth is closest to the sun during the northern hemisphere's winter. Yep, that's called perihelion. The Earth takes an elliptical orbit around the sun and reaches its closest point at perihelion in January. So in January, when things are generally the coldest, the Earth is actually closest to the sun. In January, the northern hemisphere is coldest. Earth is closest to the sun. Perihelion. And at its farthest point, aphelion in July. Am I saying that right? Aphelion? July is one of the hottest months in the northern hemisphere. There's a greater proportion of land masses in the northern hemisphere compared to the southern. And this is really important to understand as well. The southern hemisphere is mostly ocean, and that's dramatic. The northern hemisphere might be also mostly ocean, but proportionally there's more land in this northern hemisphere than in the southern hemisphere. And that has consequences for the climate and the seasons too. Since the land cools more quickly than the sea, because water is a very high specific temperature, water holds on to energy better. Winters are colder in the northern hemisphere than in the southern hemisphere. Yep. This is why the Earth is actually colder when it is closer to the sun. That makes sense. Yeah. Very cool. Now, this is something that is not well understood by a lot of Americans, I think. And we could just kind of chalk that up to poor science education in general. Even if you're a really smart person who did really well in school, there's a good chance you just never learned about this in school. It's kind of like evolution in that sense, but maybe not as dramatic. Yeah. Let's see. Try to find some statistics on this. So 1 in 4 Americans do not know that the Earth goes around the sun. It's according to a National Science Foundation poll. I've seen this poll before. It'd be nice to have a good link to it. Yeah. But some of this might also be just how the question was posed in the first place. Yeah. This might talk about it here if we get lucky. We'll see. YouTube being awful slow right now. Must be the lack of daylight. Let's see if this is any good.
Imagine that you live in North America. And
I do.
One day you call up your friend in Australia. You guys.
And I could say, hey, confused echidna. Or Dinosaur Dave. Or Rosand. How are things down there in Straya? You know?
You're talking and you make plans to go visit him next summer.
So, anytime next summer works for you?
Yep, whenever's best for you. Surprise me.
In a few months, July rolls around and you hop on a plane for your Australian vacation. Imagine your surprise when you show up at his house and he tells you,
"What are you doing here, mate? It's the middle of winter."
And then you say,
"Winter? It's the middle of summer back in America."
And your friend's like,
"I don't know what to tell you. July is winter for us."
Okay, I don't get this. How can it be summer in America and winter in Australia at the same time?
That's a great question. I think we can help you out with that.
Yeah.
To answer this question, we have to zoom way back and start with a top-down look at the Earth's orbit around the Sun. Oh, by the way, everything you see in this video isn't to the correct scale. Now, the Earth's orbit isn't a perfect circle. It's actually an ellipse.
Yep.
You usually see it drawn like this. Lots of people think,
"Hey, this must be why we have seasons."
Nope.
When the Earth is close to the sun, we have summer. And when the Earth is far away from the sun, we have winter.
but that's actually not true.
Not at all.
If that were true, it would be summer in America and Australia at the same time.
And it's not. Yeah.
Exactly. The way we've drawn Earth's orbit here is really exaggerated. People just draw it that way to highlight the extremes. In actuality, there's a relatively small difference between the Earth's closest and furthest points from the Sun. If we draw Earth's orbit with the correct shape, it looks like this. You can see it's actually pretty circular.
Yeah.
It's not perfect. So it's not the closeness of the Earth to the Sun that causes the seasons. To see what's actually at work,
It's
you
evolution.
have to look at the orbit from the side. In our side view, the Earth is revolving around the Sun in this orbital plane here.
Yep.
It takes 1 year to go through a full orbit, 365 days. Remember, at the same time, Earth is rotating on its axis once every day. The important thing, for the seasons at least, is that the Earth actually isn't straight up and down. It's tilted at an angle of 23.5 degrees.
Yep. Anakin Gabriel says, I learned about this when I was like 11 in school. But then in high school, a lot of people were not aware of it somehow. But I'm in Brazil, so there's that. You mean you learned about it in Brazil, Anakin Gabriel? Or you moved to Brazil after you were 11 years old? What do you mean, Anakin? I'm curious to know, because I feel like in the United States, a lot of schools don't do a good job of teaching this kind of thing. You learned in Brazil. That makes a lot of sense to me. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah. And Static Life Photo says it's amazing how the media bias works with this sort of issue, too. You'd be hard-pressed finding anyone above primary school age that doesn't know why the seasons are swapped, even if they don't understand why. But we're still bombarded with Winter Wonderland Christmas themes in the heat of summer. You're down in the southern hemisphere there, Static Life. Yeah, so that's funny. Yeah, that's northern hemisphere hegemony at work, isn't it? That's why I'm trying to remember to say December solstice today. December solstice. And not winter solstice. Because it's summer solstice for you down there in the south. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Oh, and sorry to be contributing to the, jingly jangly Winter Wonderland music. But, that's this time of year here, and, well, it's also that time of year for you, but it's winter here in the Northern Hemisphere. Okay. Play. I don't know what's wrong with YouTube today, but it's something. Something's going wrong with YouTube. There we go.
3.5 degrees. So, when the Earth is on this side of the Sun, the northern hemisphere is angled away from the Sun. The southern hemisphere is angled toward the Sun. When the Earth is revolving around the Sun, it stays tilted in the same position. The axis doesn't wiggle around or anything. It just stays fixed in a certain direction.
At least not a lot.
So when the Earth is over here, the northern hemisphere is angled towards the Sun.
There is a little bit of wobble, so what we call precession. And that's that's tied in with like Milankovitch cycles, and it's tied in with ice ages and things like that. We'll be talking about that in a little bit. But yeah.
And the southern hemisphere is angled away.
But for the most part, it's
when
23.5
the
degrees.
Towards the sun's rays hit it directly. That's what's happening in the northern hemisphere here.
Yep.
But when a hemisphere is angled away from the sun, like the southern hemisphere here, the sun's rays hit it indirectly.
Okay, so what difference does direct or indirect sunlight make?
Oh, there's a huge difference. Let's take a look with a simple experiment. In this experiment, we're going to use a flashlight to simulate the sun.
Oh, and this is kind of how I learned this concept, so this is going to be cool. And Technoblade, your YouTube channel. Yep. If you want to post a link, go for it. Yeah.
Say that the flashlight is a particular sunbeam. If it's shining directly, all its energy is concentrated in a certain area. But if the sunbeam is shining indirectly, the area is larger.
Yep. And the shadows get
The
longer.
same amount of energy is spread out over a larger area.
Yep.
So, in a particular point on the paper, it feels colder in the indirect sunbeam than in the direct sunbeam. And
Does that make sense?
the more indirect the sunbeam, the larger the area. It's important to note that the amount of energy in the sunbeam is
That's a
always
cool
the
little
same.
demonstration there.
However, if it's spread out over a larger area, we feel it less.
Mm-hmm.
Let's take a look at what this means for the Earth. Here we have a globe that's angled at about 23.5 degrees.
And Saranlan says, I'd always assumed that the day length was the main effect causing seasons. Ooh, Saranlan, I'm so glad you said that. Thanks for being honest and forthright about that. I've heard the same thing from other people too. The day length is a consequence of that tilt. So both the day length and the angle of sunlight are a consequence of the Earth's tilt like this. Check it out. Oh boy. YouTube being real finicky today. Right there at 4:02.
It's June, so the northern hemisphere is angled towards the sun. If we shine the flashlight directly on the northern hemisphere, we see it illuminates a certain area. But when we move the flashlight to shine indirectly on the southern hemisphere, we see that it's illuminating a larger area.
Yep.
Just like we talked about. So let's put it all together. When the northern hemisphere is tilted towards the sun, it's receiving direct sunlight.
Yep.
It feels warmer, which means it's summer there. And the southern hemisphere is receiving indirect sunlight, which means it feels cooler. That's winter. 6 months later, when the Earth is on the other side of the sun, we have the opposite. It's
Yep.
the southern hemisphere receiving direct sunlight, so it's summer there. And the northern hemisphere is receiving indirect sunlight, so they're having winter. And now you know the reason for the seasons.
Yep.
Awesome. So it's not how close the Earth is to the sun that matters, but instead it's the tilt of the Earth.
Which is also why it's winter in Australia at the same time as it's summer in America.
You got it.
Well, I think this has been the most educational vacation I've ever had.
And there's so much more to talk about. Did you know that the Earth...
You know, I actually think I'm good for now.
Oh, okay.
So,
Well, we are going to be getting into some more stuff.
we go bushwalking and Barbie and some tucker.
Yeah, here is a link to this video right here. And summer in North America. Yes, that's true. That's United Statesian hegemony there. Thinking of America is synonymous with the United States of America. But yeah. So it's interesting, like, how often misunderstood these concepts are. Even by, I don't know. Well, here, take a look at this. By people in the media. I watched this earlier, and there's a couple of things that they kind of goof up a little bit, but it's also a good explanation. Let's take a look.
Well, winter is almost, it feels like it's here now.
It does
but
feel like it.
It's also almost officially here.
Yeah. Meteorologist Dave Downey breaks down everything you need to know about the winter solstice.
December 21st.
I don't know where this is. I saw something, North Carolina flashed across the screen, so maybe it's North Carolina. Maybe there's not a whole lot going on there, so on the news they're talking about December solstice. But, that's okay. We're watching it. Joke's on us. Oh, come on, YouTube. Goodness.
4 days before Christmas, also the first day of winter. It's when the Earth is tilted the furthest away from the North Pole. The sun...
I'm sorry, what? It's gonna... Oh, goodness.
The Earth is tilted the furthest away from the North Pole. The sun...
One more time. Well, what did he say? This guy's supposed to be a meteorologist, right?
Furthest away from the North Pole.
One more time. One more time.
Tilted the furthest away from the North Pole. The sun squarely...
When the Earth is tilted the furthest away from the North Pole, the sun... He got that, like, completely mixed up. Oh, boy. That's rough. I'm sure he did this live, so, you know, they didn't do multiple takes. As somebody who broadcasts live as well, sympathy, you know? What he probably meant is that the northern hemisphere is pointed away from the sun, and the southern hemisphere is pointed toward the sun. Yeah, but it's basically on this day, the solstice, that the day lengths stop shortening, and they reach their shortest point, their nadir, basically, and then they continue to lengthen after this. And we'll go over why, with the stars and everything, in a little bit. It sounds like me trying to explain something mid-migraines.
The Tropic of Capricorn, about 23.5 degrees latitude south of the equator. We'll get just 9 hours and 43 minutes of daylight tomorrow, making it, in fact, the day with the least amount of sunshine or daylight in 2023. Summer officially begins in the southern hemisphere, Australia, South Africa, South America, while winter takes over for us northerners north of the equator. Here's what's ironic about the winter solstice. It doesn't have the earliest sunset or the latest sunrise of the year. Those days come earlier in December and later on in January. It's also not the average coldest day of the year either. That doesn't come for another few weeks on January 15th. The days are going to start to get longer finally on Friday, but we only get 18 minutes more daylight between the solstice and mid-January. But then about a month later, between Jan 16th, February 18th, we gain a whole hour up to 11 hours of daylight. Hang in there. We only go up in the daylight department from here. Dave Downey.
Again, there's nothing else going on in North Carolina where this is news. I don't know. It is. We're talking about it, so, you know, whatever. But yeah. Yeah. Summer officially starts December 1st here, so Static Life. Really? Is that under Australian law or something? Under national law, December 1st is summer? I always learned it that summer starts on the solstice. That's the way that I always learned it. Maybe things are different there. But, yeah. Here, let me see if I can find this old thing real quick. Back when I lived in Montana, there was a tradition that I had every year. I would go to Museum of the Rockies, you know, where I worked. And I would watch this. The Season of Light. Oh, here we go. Holy cow. At the Taylor Planetarium. This is a planetarium show at Museum of the Rockies called Season of Light. And it's all about winter holidays in the Northern Hemisphere. And, yeah. Christmas and New Year's and Hanukkah, you know, Kwanzaa, winter solstice in the Northern Hemisphere. And I wish I had a version that had the Charles Kuralt narration, because that's what I've kind of imprinted on. I used to see this every year. It's what would get me, you know, in the mood for the holidays. I was able to find a version of it that has different narration. I've got the whole thing. I'm going to try and find that while this is playing. I hope this is the right one. Yeah. Oh, this takes me back.
In the North Country, this is the time of darkness and quiet and cold. The grizzly sleeps, the coyote scavenges, and the mountains are sealed in snow. The sun rises late and goes to bed early. The nights are longest now, and the stars burn cold and bright. The Romans celebrated the revival of the sun with the festival of Saturnalia, named for Saturn, their god of agriculture.
We just talked about this on Monday. Saturnalia. There's also a dinosaur named after it.
For a week around the solstice, the normal affairs of life ceased. Nobody worked, masters served their slaves. But there are still a few groups that celebrate the Nativity instead on January 6th, the feast.
Anyway, this is just kind of like going through scene by scene. I'm looking for that original file right now, and it's kind of proving elusive. I wonder if it's on... Is it on my other hard drive? It might be. Let me see if I can turn that on. On the USB splitter. Cross your fingers this doesn't crash OBS here. Okay? Cross your fingers.
Hold on to your butts.
All right. All right, hang on a second here. There we go. There it is. Beautiful. Yes! Take a look at this.
Welcome to the VR Dome Theater.
Oh, and what I gotta do here is I've gotta open this up in a different view here.
Welcome to the VR Dome Theater.
The cool thing about this...
Here's the Full Dome Show Season of Light from Loch Ness Productions.
Yeah. You can actually... If you've got like a VR setup, you could probably watch this in VR. Yeah. And since this is probably copyrighted content here, I want to remind me, and I'll give you a link so you can go pay for it and download it yourself if you have a VR setup. And if you'd like to share this with people close to you with VR, I think that'd be really neat.
In the North Country, this is the time of darkness and quiet and cold.
It's meant to be viewed in a planetarium.
The grizzly sleeps, the coyote scavenges, and the mountains are sealed in snow. The sun rises late and goes to bed early. The nights are longest now, and the stars burn cold and bright. This is the time when Orion the hunter mounts the heavens in his shining belt.
In the northern hemisphere.
Nipping at his heels are his hunting dogs, the greater dog bearing the bright star Sirius at its throat. High above, the seven sisters huddle for warmth.
The Pleiades.
The great bull Taurus, with his V-shaped head and his mighty horns.
I'm pretty sure that the Japanese car company Subaru, I'm pretty sure that's the name for like seven sisters. That's actually where the Subaru logo comes from, doesn't it? Here. Or maybe it's only 6 in Japan. Anyway. But yeah. The Pleiades. I think that's what they're called in Japan. Subaru, right?
The twins are there too. And
Sherry and Terry
in his starry chariot, all marching together across the fields and pastures of the sky. This is the time when the pulse of life slows.
She just
When
love
the land
planetarium
sleeps
shows.
under its winter blanket. A time for upturned collars and hot cocoa, and the cheer of a wood fire against the gloom. It is the coldest and darkest of the seasons, and yet this season holds some of the warmest and brightest celebrations of the year. And it always has. In the past, it was the winter solstice that people celebrated, when the southerly sun turned north again, when hope was reborn and the promise of life renewed. Today, we keep this season through the observances of Christmas, the Jewish Festival of Lights, and the raucous beginning of the New Year.
This takes me back.
The dating of our holidays and many of our modern traditions have their roots in the winter festivals of long ago. For in every age, it has always been our custom to turn this time of darkness into a season,
of light. Yeah. I think this dates back to like the 90s or something. So this would have been, you know, top tier effects back then. And now I'm hoping this next part is going to be an explanation of the Earth's tilt.
This is the season when our thoughts turn to home and hearth.
Okay.
To friends and family, to the dreams of youth, and the remembrances of holidays past. This is the season of Christmas and Hanukkah, the season of candy canes and gingerbread and mince pies.
Trek Nerd says, I don't see people and animals in the sky no matter how hard I try. Trek Nerd, that's because you have the internet and twitch.tv. You don't have to entertain yourself by staring up at the stars for hours and hours on end every night. You know, you got other things to pay attention to. You probably also don't see faces in clouds all that often, or on the moon, you know? Because you got other stuff to look at. Like, it's something to be grateful for, you know? Yeah, wait, wrong button. Here we go.
Of cards and carolers, of decorated homes and blazing menorahs.
And there you go, Lenny. Me too, when I'm out in the field.
Scrooge and the Nutcracker. Of New Year's and noisemakers.
Risa Dago says that it's a rabbit on the moon. I thought it was called a lunar rover.
And a star. And always, it is a season of lights.
Yeah.
We light candles, we light trees, we light houses. Everywhere there is light.
We light our stream setup.
How is it that at this darkest of seasons, we should all be making so merry? We come by it honestly.
Hey, Moonrise Rabbit, how are you doing? Welcome,
has
welcome.
Always been a time of revelry.
Yeah.
In its annual cycle, the sun is at its lowest in the sky.
Oh, this is what we're getting to.
Northward again with the promise of spring. To our sun-dependent ancestors, it was the pivotal time of the year, and something worth celebrating. To understand the significance of this period, and why we have seasons at all, you have to understand the behavior of our Earth as a planet.
There we go. This is the good stuff, folks. This is what we're getting at here.
The Earth spins in space like a top, rotating once in the period we call a day.
Yep.
But the Earth doesn't quite spin upright in its orbit around the sun. It's tipped over a little, 23.5 degrees from vertical.
Yep.
As the Earth circles the sun once a year, each hemisphere is alternately tilted toward the sun and then is tilted away.
Imagine watching this in a planetarium.
Tilted sunward. The sun appears highest in the sky.
Yep.
It shines down on us most directly and warms us most efficiently, and we have the season we call summer. Half a year later, when our hemisphere is tilted away from the sun appears lowest in the sky. it shines on us at a lower angle and warms us least efficiently. So the hemisphere cools and we have winter. Spring and autumn occur in between.
Does that make sense? And the length of the days is also part of this because it's the angle of the sun.
All this tilting in the changing altitude of the sun.
Yeah, here we go. This will talk about it
The
here.
sun makes its highest arc across the sky when we're tilted toward the sun around
During
June 21st.
Summer in the northern hemisphere. Yeah.
As our hemisphere slowly tips away, the sun loses altitude in the sky.
Yep.
It
Notice
rises
how
and
it's
sets
autumn
progressively farther south through autumn, and its midday arc is lower.
And there you go, Retro Roadshow.
By December 21st, our hemisphere is tilted away from the sun, and the sun appears lowest in our sky. For several days, it seems to hesitate at this low altitude.
Yep.
Which is why we call this the winter solstice.
For sun
Solstice
still.
meaning sun still.
There you go. See? And this also makes the days shorter and shorter too, because as the sun, like, it's not doing this big, wide, tall arc across the sky. It comes up a little bit later, and then it sets a little bit earlier, because the arc is not as tall. Does that make sense? That's why the days are shorter. It's because of the Earth's tilt like that. Are we? I want to check in with chat here real quick. If you get this, let me know that you get it. But more importantly, if any of you don't quite grasp this yet, let me know and we can go over it again, because this stuff is important. You know, this is the way that the world works. This is, if we want to understand this planet that we live on, these are important things to grasp. You get it, Pfizer? All right, nice. Yeah. Yeah, but if anybody doesn't, please let me know. And, yeah. You think having a gyroscope to play with when you were little helped a lot? That's actually really cool, Claire Burr. And it is old news for you, Pendrake. Yeah, but not everyone is so lucky. Some people were educated here in the United States and may not have ever learned this in school, you know? But yeah. And new office, thank you, a small boiled egg. I appreciate that. It's themed for winter today, because today is the first day of winter in the northern hemisphere. It's the winter solstice in the northern hemisphere. It's December solstice globally. Yeah. Retro Roadshow says, I went to one of the gooder schools in my state. I know things. Happy for you, Retro Roadshow. Thank goodness. Yeah. And TOS Snitch says, I've lived in Hawaii and Guam, and I observed seasons. I believe the Earth would still have seasons if the Earth was not tilted. What do you think of my hypothesis? Well, you live near the equator there, but they wouldn't be seasons in the same way if the Earth didn't have a tilt. You might have small variations in the amount of light or anything, but yeah. Their seasons are not nearly as... Oop. And thing 1 of 2, thank you for the 4 months of support. I really appreciate that thing. Thank you. Appreciate that very much. That's why you didn't get snow down in Hawaii or Guam, except maybe on the tallest mountain peaks. If you go up to Haleakala on Maui, you're going to get snow up there. Sometimes year-round, you know? Maybe it is year-round. When there's precipitation up on Haleakala, one of the highest elevations in all of Hawaii, that precipitation is going to fall frozen as snow. But you're not going to get snow, you know, down by the beach at any time, because you're too near the equator. You're always receiving the sun's rays fairly directly. If you were at a higher latitude because of the Earth's tilt, you wouldn't have that, you know? Haleakala is amazing. I've been up there at sunrise before when I was younger. My grandfather was born on the island of Maui. And, yeah, it's a special place. We did stargazing up there in the middle of summer. Nice. High altitude. And probably beautifully dark skies. We had to have full winter clothing on. Yeah. Yeah. Slumberless. I've heard stories of people like taking a little Toyota pickup truck to the top of Haleakala and like shoveling snow into the bed of the truck and then taking it down to the beach to put their drinks in. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. Musa says, would there be seasons in different locations if Earth was tilted different? Or am I looking at it wrong? If it were tilted different... What kind of a tilt are you talking about? I don't know. I'm having a hard time picturing what you mean. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. And Hogan, yes, you were correct about that. The actual... The path of the Earth around the sun, we call it an ellipse, but it's almost circular. And that's really not enough to cause big temperature changes at all. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the planet would be very different with no tilt. Absolutely, Murph. Yeah. Anyway, let's get back to this real quick. And, yeah, so basically in the winter, you've got a lower arc across the sky like this of the sun. In whether it's in the southern hemisphere or the northern hemisphere. In spring and autumn, it's in the middle. In summer, arc is very high. That's why daylight is longer, because the sun, you know, the way that the Earth is tilted, the sun appears in the sky for longer. And it's also heating your hemisphere more directly during summer than it is in winter. Does that make sense?
Starts northward again. As our hemisphere tips back toward spring and summer.
Yeah, more tilt does mean more extreme seasons. You're correct, Psychonauts. Yeah. And Steely Dan says, has the tilt been the same since the beginning of life? Ooh, we're going to talk about that. The answer is no. That's actually what caused ice ages. Milankovitch cycles. We're going to get into that. We're going to get into that. Yeah, and thank you, Haraz, for the hydrate there. Cheers.
But long ago, the peoples of Northern Europe knew nothing about the Earth's tilt.
And many United States citizens know nothing of the Earth's tilt today, too. So, I don't know. I think a lot of people could relate.
They knew only that after the bounty of summer, the sun lost altitude, and with it, the life-giving power on which they depended.
Yep.
In at number 8,
It was
we
a
have the
dang-
Tradoon. Tradoon.
Eugen, 15 months. I appreciate that very much, Eugen. I really do. Thank you.
This time,
Yeah.
the
Thanks for
air
keeping me
chilled,
alive.
plants died, and fields withered. If the sun kept descending, they were afraid they might lose it altogether, and the world itself would die.
Tradoon.
Oh, no.
And so in early November, Celtic tribes lit great bonfires on hilltops as a sort of fiery encouragement to strengthen the sun in its battle with the powers of darkness and death.
Of course, today we don't do such superstitious mumbo jumbo. Today we celebrate such holidays as Toyotathon and the other sacred Honda days to get 0% APR for up to 30 months on designated makes and models. Sorry. We don't like candles at all, says Red
And
Bulwark.
at last the sun turned back
Some of us
in late
do.
December. There was great rejoicing, for spring would come again, and the return of light and warmth and life was
And the Nissan sales event. There you go, Risudego.
The Celts
Risudego's
were
a
not
Lexus
alone in
household.
concern. In the American Southwest, the Hopi Indians also held ceremonies to coax back the sun.
That's interesting that this is these different cultures around the world that had no contact with one another sometimes, like Celtic tribes in Northern Europe, the Hopi native people of the American Southwest, no contact with one another, and yet they had similar traditions. It shows that there's something universal about this. With ancient peoples, they were more attuned to what's going on in the sky. They didn't understand it on the same level that scientists today understand it, obviously, but it was more of a daily part of their lives. It was something that your average person would be more aware of because this is basically your calendar. This is how you're telling time, by the sun and the stars and the moon. And like you said, they didn't have Netflix, not much to do. Yeah. Instead, you had sky watching and chill. Static life photo. Yeah. What does that cluster of stars look like to you? Like a turtle, I guess? Yeah, okay.
Observations. They determined in advance the date of the winter solstice to within a few days.
That's pretty cool,
This
actually.
initiated a
That's really cool.
16-day period of purification and ritual, conducted in their underground ceremonial chambers called kivas.
Huh. That must be that right there with the ladder going down into it.
On the 15th night, at the time when Orion's belt was highest in the sky, and the solstice was imminent, they performed a sacred dance in their kivas to help the sun turn back from its...
There's Orion's belt right there.
With the new dawn, and the sun on its northward track once more, the orderly cycle of life was restored.
Yeah. Anyway, interesting stuff. The December solstice is an important thing to understand, whether you're an ancient person or a Twitch chatter. And I hope that if these concepts are new to you, they're less mysterious. And if you already knew about this, well, I hope you had fun watching. That's December solstice here. If we get a big raid, we might get back into this a little bit, but for right now, here, I'm going to transfer this file to my desktop too, so I don't have to reopen that hard drive. Yeah, let's get rid of that. And let's talk about how the Earth's tilt has actually changed over the years.
If you're feeling a bit cheated,
And how that's caused things like ice ages.
Review Path of Titans dinosaurs when?
I don't know, Hugo, I'm not sure. Not now, I can tell you that. Whoop. Wrong button. Just turn off my Stream Deck. There we go. Yeah. Oh, and look! I told you the sun is going down early today. This is a live view of San Francisco Bay here. I love how clear it is today. You can see the Golden Gate Bridge off in the distance. It's right there. There's the city of San Francisco. You can see Sutro Tower. Salesforce Tower, the tallest building in the city, is right over there. There's Yerba Buena Island. And this is Berkeley down here. View from the Berkeley Hills. The sun is already going down. We've got like half an hour of daylight left here in the Bay Area. The shortest day of the year. December solstice in the Northern Hemisphere. Yeah. Good Herb Island. There you go, Claire Burr. Yeah. They were apparently cannabis enthused even then, Claire Burr, back when they named that. Look into Big Ben. No. Different country, Slumber. Maybe it was Sage? Yeah, it could be Claire. I don't know, I was making a joke. Yeah. Yeah. Anywho, how does any of this stuff relate to paleontology? Well, I'll show you. Let's take a look at a video from PBS Eons. They always do good stuff. About woolly rhinoceros and Earth's ice ages. There we go.
700,000 years ago, a rust-colored rhino roamed the vast open highlands of Siberia and Central Asia. This ginger beast is better known as the woolly rhino, and it made its living foraging in the cold, dry tundra steppes. Siberia in the Pleistocene might sound cold to you, but it suited the woolly rhino just fine. And 700,000 years ago, the world was only a few degrees cooler than it is now, which is why at the time the range of the woolly rhinos was restricted to the cold wilds of Siberia. But not for long. By about 450,000 years ago, global temperatures had dropped by about 6 degrees Celsius and stayed there for thousands of years. Glaciers crept out of their mountain ranges and down to lower elevations. Tundra spread to other parts of Asia, and so did animals that were adapted to the cold, including the woolly rhino, the mammoth, and the saiga antelope. After thousands of years of being confined to Asia, the woolly rhino finally stepped foot into Europe. But that too didn't last long. 400,000 years ago, the climate warmed back up, and the rhino and its tundra were forced back into the highlands. This whole cycle happened again and again, which is why the Ice Age is more accurately known as the Ice Ages. Over the rest of the Pleistocene epoch, the rhino's range continued to grow and shrink in sync with global climate. During warm periods, most of the rhino population retreated to cold places like Siberia, but small populations found themselves stranded in places like the Pyrenees Mountains in Spain and France. And then, about 12,000 years ago, they finally went extinct. So what caused the climate and the range of the woolly rhino to cycle back and forth between such extremes? And what caused the woolly rhino, after so many years, to go extinct? Basically, space. More specifically, Earth's position.
We were talking about this, and before we get into this, I just want to show off too. I think this is really neat, but we're going to be talking a little bit about woolly mammoths, and check out this woolly mammoth model that I printed last week. Check that out. This was originally sculpted by Charles R. Knight, famed paleo artist. And I think it was Alex Vixen who showed me that these files were available online. I printed this and Charles R. Knight's Mastodon as well. So, pretty excellent. This is Mammuthus primigenius, the woolly mammoth. Very cool critter. And I love that this is like a piece of paleo art history as well. This is not just some sculpt of a mammoth. I didn't make this myself. This is from Charles R. Knight himself, who originally sculpted this. The man, the myth, the legend, sometimes called the painter who could see through time. Charles R. Knight. He's got a hallowed place in the history of paleontological illustration. Yeah. Charles R. Knight. There you go. And who is calling me? Hang on a second. Hello?
Here's a step-by-step guide to becoming a fossil. Step 1.
Shoot, I can't. I'm also streaming right now, so I gotta go. Do you want to say hi to chat? It's Snail Chaser, everybody. Give Snail Chaser a follow. Sorry. No, it's all good. I can't tonight. I'm busy. But next week we should go see Godzilla. Yeah, cool. I'll talk to you later. Okay, bye. Yeah, that was Snail Chaser, everybody. You should go follow him if you like video games. One of my oldest friends. He's got to be in his 90s now, right? No, I'm kidding. No, oldest friends in the fact that I've known him since we were... I think he was in kindergarten, I was in first grade. Anyway, we're gonna go see Godzilla in theaters next week, if it's still playing. But, go now, we can wait now, Risadego. It's okay. Charles R. Knight, this is, and look, he's painting a mammoth right there. And a bunch of hominids harassing this poor mammoth. Anyway, he did that sculpt, and he's also responsible for such famous works of art as Agathamus here. Thank you, Lemmy Caution, for the 200 bits. Thank you, Adosia, for the 14 months of support. I appreciate that. Excellent. Yeah. Some of the most famous paleo illustrations of all time were done by Charles R. Knight. Including this one, yeah. Leaping Laelaps, aka Dryptosaurus. He was a legend, Charles Knight. Anyway. Yeah, and Treknerd, I've heard very good things about the movie, yeah. Yeah. Is it a photo or a painting? That's a... This right here is a colorized photo, Claire Burr. This one here is a colorized photo. Yeah. So it's like a photo mixed with the painting, I guess. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. So, yeah, mammoths and woolly rhinos and etc.
Forth between such extremes, and what caused the woolly rhino after so many years to go extinct? Basically,
if you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Thanks,
I
Hogan.
love the content of today's stream.
I really appreciate that, Hogan, and I'm glad you're enjoying this. I really am. This is fun stuff to talk about, and it's relevant to our everyday lives as well, you know? These same forces that create Earth's seasons also caused the ice ages like this, you know? Come on, YouTube. YouTube is really struggling today.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
And Mechaholic, thank you
12,000 years
for the
ago,
100 bits.
They finally went
Appreciate
extinct. So what caused the climate and the range of the woolly rhino to cycle back and forth between such extremes? And what caused the woolly rhino after so many years to go extinct? Basically, space. More specifically, Earth's...
Uh-oh, space like this. Oh no, shoot. Murph, 5 gift subs. Thank you so much, Murph.
Things with those 5 gift subs.
I really appreciate that, Murph. Thank you, thank you. There's now 5 people in the chat who will not have to worry about seeing any ads for the next month. And you're also supporting the channel, supporting Science Outreach here on Twitch. I really appreciate that, Murph. Thank you, thank you. It's good to have you here. Yeah. YouTube is really struggling today.
Years to go extinct. Basically, space. More specifically, Earth's position in space, like where it is in its orbit around the sun, how far it's tilted over its axis.
That's really the big
and
thing, is the
what
tilt.
direction is that axis pointing? These factors and the way they change through time have caused our climate
Very
to
funny
change
retro
a
roadshow.
tremendous amount over the eons. And it's only been within the last century or so that we've begun to figure out that all of these factors change in cycles. And those cycles can coincide or counteract each other, which makes the history of our climate incredibly complex. But when you put all of the pieces of the climate puzzle in front of you, you can start to understand some chapters of our deep past, like the fate of the woolly rhino. We've known that the ice ages happened for a pretty long time, but what actually caused them was largely unknown until the early 1900s. The man who solved the mystery was a Serbian mathematician and astronomer named Milutin Milankovic. So today, these cycles are known as the Milankovitch cycles. Milankovic was obsessed with ice ages, both on our planet and on Mars, and he became convinced that small changes in the angle of sunlight could be responsible for starting and ending those ice ages. He already already knew that parts of the Earth that receive more direct sunlight from overhead are warmer, like at the equator, which gets overhead sunlight year-round. And after years of study, Milankovic concluded that there were three main things that changed the angle of sunlight in the northern and southern hemispheres. The first and most important is axial tilt, also known as obliquity. This is the angle at which Earth's axis leans, either to or away from the sun. Milankovic thought that this had the biggest effect on climate because it has the most extreme influence on the angle of sunlight.
And that's actually a really cool figure there. I like that a lot. Oblique rays dispersed over a larger area than perpendicular rays. And you've got the equator right there. The Earth tilted. That's really nice. I like that a lot. That's really, really cool. Neat stuff.
After all, the tilt of the Earth is why we have seasons. Right now, the axis of our planet is tilted at about 23.5 degrees. So for those of us who are further away from the equator, sunlight strikes the surface at a higher angle when our hemisphere is leaning towards the sun, aka summer. And when we're leaning away from the sun, sunlight strikes at a more shallow angle, like in the winter. How exactly our Earth got knocked over is...
And hang on. Yeah. So, in some... Yeah. I really like this too. This is really nice. Winter in the northern hemisphere is summer in the southern hemisphere. Summer in the north is winter in the south. That's why in Australia, it's kind of weird that I guess people have snowflake decorations and stuff like that for Christmas time, because Christmas time comes in the summer down in Australia. Yeah, I guess that's just northern hemisphere hegemony like we were talking about earlier. Yeah. Yeah, interesting stuff. The edge is always more diffuse. Exactly, Retro Roadshow. Yeah.
How exactly our Earth got knocked over is still a bit of a debate, but one popular theory is that Earth collided about 4.5 billion years ago with a huge planetary body that went on to form the moon. And that is...
I can see that my 50,000 a year has been well spent.
Holy cow, Sculpin. 7 months at tier 3 right there. Sculpin, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Sculpin. Fantastic. Thank you for that incredible support, helping us get to our Partner Plus goal. What are we currently at, by the way? Somebody type in !PPP. And let's see if this is refreshed at all. My dashboard here. It still says 384 for me over here. No, hang on. No, sorry. That's for November. 238 it says for me. So it's gone up by 1. Okay. Let me update that. Because it says 238. $238 out of 350. Excellent. It's a decent chance we make this, everybody. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. And thank you, Claire. You were going to update it? Well, I got it. Well, thank you. Yeah. Yeah. And this explains why I listen to summer music all winter long. Maybe I'm secretly Australian, Retro Roadshow. Or maybe you just like to think warm thoughts when it's cold outside in the northern hemisphere. Yeah. Anyway. Good stuff. Let's get back to this. Yeah. Come on, YouTube.
Right now, the axis of our planet is tilted at about 23.5 degrees. So for those of us who are further away from the equator, sunlight strikes the surface at a higher angle when our hemisphere is leaning towards the sun, aka summer. And when we're leaning away from the sun, sunlight strikes at a more shallow angle, like in the winter. How exactly our Earth got knocked over is still a bit of a debate, but one popular theory is that Earth collided about 4.5 billion years ago with a huge planetary body that went on to form the moon.
The moon,
and that
yes.
sent us spinning like a top. And just like a spinning top, the amount of Earth's tilt changes between about 22 and 24 degrees over the course of about 41,000 years. Since
Somebody in chat was pointing this out earlier, and they were correct.
Temperature, Milankovic was pretty sure that once someone figured out the precise timing of the ice ages, they'd show that most major climate changes took place every 41,000 years. But keep in mind, our axis isn't just flipping back and forth, it's also moving in a circle, again like that spinning top. So in addition to the angle of its tilt, we also have to consider which direction our axis is pointing at any given point in history. This is known as axial precession or just axial wobble. And our axis completes a full circle about every 23,000 years. And this affects the climate because it changes where in Earth's orbit each season happens, because the sun isn't in the exact center of Earth's orbit. There are periods when we're closer to the sun in our orbit and periods when we're farther away. Right now, based on the direction of Earth's axis, winter occurs in the northern hemisphere when Earth happens to be closest to the sun in its orbit, and summer occurs when it happens to be farther away. But when
And that is also, I want to emphasize that this is exaggerated. Like, this is meant to show like, oh yeah, this is visually very close and this is visually further away. The real thing, it's like, it's only very slightly closer when you're at perihelion, you know, in reality. The actual, like, closeness or further, like, it's only like 3 million miles or something, which in the grand scheme of things is, that's like the distance between the Earth and the Moon, right? It's not that much of a difference. Like, this is not nearly as dramatic an ellipse in reality. Yeah. And I could talk about that in a little bit, Claire. Yeah. And Displacers is very much exaggerated. It's basically a circle. Yeah. What happened to our volume? There we go.
Winters in the northern hemisphere occur when we're farthest from the sun, and summers when we're closest. This creates more extreme seasons.
Oh, okay.
than
I didn't know that,
the
Hogan.
hemisphere has
That
now.
was further.
Finally, the third part of the Milankovitch cycle is a feature known as
Thank you.
eccentricity. This is a change in the shape of Earth's orbit, from being roughly circular to being ever so slightly more eccentric or oval-shaped. And Earth's orbit changes from being more circular to less circular, and then back again over the course of about 100,000 years. But rather than changing the angle of sunlight, the main effect of eccentricity is changing the lengths of the seasons.
Thank you, Saranlin.
Think of it this
Saranlin, with the facts here, is 3 million and 93 million. So the Earth is 93 million miles away from the sun. I guess that's 1 AU, 1 astronomical unit. But there's like a 3 million mile difference where it could be closer or further. 3 out of 93 is, it's not that many, yeah. It's not much difference, but the moon is only 250,000 miles away. Thank you, Saranlin. I appreciate that. Again, paleontologist here, not an astronomer. Thanks for bringing us those figures. Yeah. Yeah. Your number will be accurate eventually. Oh no, Hogan, we'll lose the moon if it gets that far.
Circular orbit creates seasons of equal lengths, but slightly less circular orbit stretches out some seasons while compressing others. So during periods with a highly eccentric orbit, there may be long summers but also long winters. In the end, his extensive calculations led Milankovic to conclude that changes in the tilt of Earth's axis were the main factor that could cause enough cooling to make ice expand on the planet's surface. As a result, he predicted that the most significant ice ages would have happened every 41,000 years or so, falling in line with the tilt cycle. And he was right, pretty much. If we look deep into the geological record, we can see changes in climate that line up roughly with the cycle of Earth's tilt, about 41,000 years. One such record is from the colorful 25 million-year-old paleosols of the John Day Formation in Oregon. There, scientists have found changes in carbon and oxygen isotopes in rock layers.
I can see that my 50,000 a year has been well spent.
Charlie's Dragon, holy cow. 30 months, tier 3. Thank you so much, Charlie's Dragon. Thank you. Sorry, I had to turn this down now, too. I had it turned up so we could hear the planetarium video. But thank you, Charlie's Dragon, for your tier 3 sub there. That is helping us out considerably with our Partner Plus push. I really appreciate it, Charlie's Dragon. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. 30 months is nothing to sneeze at, too. That's impressive. Just 1 month at tier 3, but gotta get you that PPP. Thank you for their Partner Plus push contribution there, Charlie's Dragon. Thank you, thank you. Oh, let me just say briefly what I'm talking about. There's a thing on Twitch, the Partner Plus is a new thing that Twitch is introducing. So if you're a Twitch partner and you reach a certain number of subscriptions every month, they'll give you a better revenue split. So instantly, it's like a switch gets flipped, and instead of making instead of getting 50% of every sub into your pocket, you get 70% instead. So we've got to try and reach 350 subs, recurring subs, not gift subs, unfortunately, and not Prime subs. Only recurring subscription subs count. So if you can get 350 sub points, which takes into account tier 2 and 3 subs, tier 2 subs count for 2 points, tier 3 subs count for 6 points. If you can get 350 of those, and you can do it 3 months in a row, then they give you that new rev split. And so for November, we got 384 out of 350. This month we're at 238 so far. I think there's a decent chance we could make it. But if any of you would like to help me achieve this goal, if you want to help support science outreach here on Twitch, if you want to help me earn some more money on this platform so I can start paying other paleontologists to appear as guest speakers and interviewees on this channel, well, that's the way you can do that, is by subscribing. Like,
if they're removed, America loses them forever.
Like Liupe W or Louis Pugh. Louis Pugh, thank you so much. Holy cow. Thank you very, very much for that. I really appreciate it. Holy cow. Thank you for that pledge of support. That's going to take us up 1 sub point. That's going to get us a little bit closer to our goal. I really appreciate that, Louis Pugh. Thank you, thank you. Thank you kindly. That's excellent. Yeah, again, we're at 238 out of 3, or 239 now out of 350. It's gonna get us a little bit closer, so thank you. Louis says, I like paleontology. Well, you are in the right place. Welcome, welcome. It is really good to have you here. And let me know if you've got any questions. Normally we're focusing on dinosaurs here, because that's what I actually work on. That's what I can speak on with some degree of authority, because I actually publish on dinosaurs.
I see that my 50,000 a year has been well spent.
Axeman, thank you. Holy cow. Tier 3 sub right there. Axeman has heeded the call. That's an extra 6 sub points there, Axeman. With a tier 3 sub. Thank you, Axeman, for that support. It really does mean a lot to me. It really does. Thank you, thank you. One of my plans for the year 2024 is to do regular interviews with other scientists, mostly other paleontologists, on this channel. To ask them about their research, about their fieldwork, about their curiosity and their outreach. That's going to become a regular feature of these streams, and I'm excited to share that with you. And I'm excited to be able to actually offer like an honorarium to any paleontologists who appear on here as guests, so I can make sure that their time was well remunerated. Excuse me.
John, it's Marvin.
And Hez helps.
Marvin, Barry.
Thank you for the raid.
You know that new sound you looking
Appreciate that.
Well, listen to this.
How is City Skylines? I've heard good things about that game. Has helps. It's good to have you here. Thanks for the raid. But yeah. And Louis Pugh says, I used to dream about being a paleontologist. Now I'm going to be an anthropologist. Very cool. Very cool. Well, it's great to have you here. And you know what? There is a little bit of overlap between paleontology and anthropology. Sometimes you got to go looking for it, but it's there, you know? Some of the best paleontologists I know actually have a background in anthropology. People like my mentor back at Berkeley when I was in high school. Pat Holroyd. Her background was in anthropology before she got lured to the dark side of paleontology. Yeah. And Just Joanne says, I was just wondering what is the newest thing in dinosaurs lately? We had a brand new dinosaur just described on Wednesday. Newly published, Joanne. We were talking about it yesterday.
I can see that my 50,000 a year has been well spent.
Adosha, holy cow. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Tier 3 right there, Adosha. Extraordinary. Thank you for your assistance with our Partner Plus push. It means a lot to me. It really does. The what? The what? I didn't catch that. Could you repeat it? One more time? What was it? The yeast? The what? The what? Oh, I just keep talking over it. Thank you, Suzanne, for your ongoing support. 13 months of it. Thank you, Suzanne. I appreciate you. Yeah. Yeah, the Creased? Maybe that was it, Lenina. Yeah. Good stuff. Just Joanne says, may I please see a picture of the new dinosaur? Sure. We were talking all about it yesterday. Did most of a stream on it. But, yeah. It's called Busting Gory Titan.
Here's a step-by-step guide to becoming a fossil.
Oh, hang on a second.
Step 1, die.
Courtney Raptor. 14 months from Courtney Raptor. Thank you for your continued support. And yes, indeed, we've got a brand new Titanosaur. Just published yesterday. Oh, and this illustration was just done yesterday. Yeah. Big old Titanosaur. Possibly similar in size to like Argentinosaurus, Dreadnoughtus, Patagotitan. The parts that are illustrated there in red are the parts that we actually have from this animal. It's exceedingly difficult to dig up such a large dinosaur. It takes a lot of time and effort, blood, sweat, and tears, and money, too. But yeah, this is how much we have from it. And from that, they've been able to determine that this is a new kind of Titanosaur, which it probably is. Yeah. Pretty cool. And its name cracks me. I know, kind of me too, slightly caffeinated. Yeah. And Displacer says, I feel like Anduzosaurus is a good dinosaur name, just saying. Tell that to my colleagues, Displacer, because I cannot name a dinosaur after myself. That's against the rules. You can't do it. And even if it were not against the rules, it would still probably be frowned upon, and I'm not inclined to do that myself. Yeah. And how are new dinosaur names chosen? Asked Slightly Caffeinated. Well, they're... When you're publishing a new paper, like, for instance, Bustin' Gory Titan. Reminds me of the Ghostbusters song. There we go. And this song needs a volume boost. Maybe what's this one called? Okay. Anyway, here's the paper right here. In the journal Acta Paleontologica Polonica.
Let's protect our fossils, because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
And Ty Rex, thank you so much for the 3 months of support. I really appreciate that.
One of the most remarkable animals that have ever existed, and certainly one of the most famous, is a dinosaur.
I appreciate that, Ty Rex. How are you doing, by the way? Thank you for your continued support. That means a lot to me. I'm going after that Partner Plus goal, and your subscription definitely helps, so thank you for that. How about yourself? I'm doing well, too. We're talking about, well, my office is decorated with largely Pleistocene stuff today because we're talking about ice ages and how they occur. Because today is December solstice, the shortest day of the year in the Northern Hemisphere. Tyrex, happy solstice to you. So that's why we're talking about that today. And, yeah, and we're also talking about how the angle of the Earth's tilt not only creates seasons, but when it lines up just right, it also creates ice ages, too. So we were just about to get into that. But I had a question about this new dinosaur just published yesterday called Busting-Gory Titan. And I'm just pulling up the paper right now. There we go. We had a question about how are new names chosen for dinosaurs. And basically the people who publish on the dinosaur get to come up with a name for it. What we call a binomial, a genus and species name. And so this one they named Busting-Gory Titan Shiva. Now we'll jump down to... Hang on a second. Because that wasn't the whole paper somehow. There we go. Here's a link to it for anybody who would like to read the paper. It is open access, thankfully. No paywall, which everybody loves. Yeah. Introduction, other abbreviations. Yeah, it is from the Busting-Gory 2 site near Plaza Huincal, Patagonia, Argentina. And let's look for the etymology here, where they describe how they came up with the name. That should be before diagnosis. Yeah, Busting-Gory Titan, Shiva. New genus, new species. Where was that part? But they talk about how they took the species name from Hindu mythology. Alright, description. Oh, etymology, there we go. It's in gratitude to Manuel Busting-Gory. So Busting-Gory was this guy's last name. He was the owner of the land and the surroundings of the Villa El Chocón, where the remains were found, and for his support during the execution of the fieldwork. And from the Greek Titan, or god. So, for titanosaurs, with these kind of long-necked sauropod dinosaurs, there's kind of a naming convention where, you know, like Patagotitan is a good example, or Lusotitan, and now Busting-Gory Titan. Titan is often just like the last part of the name. And that kind of, it's a clue that like, oh, we're talking about a titanosaur here. You don't have to have the last part of the name be Titan, but a lot of people do. It's just like, it's a fun thing, you know? Yeah. But yeah, Busting-Gory Titan, named after Manuel Busting-Gory. Yeah. And Shiva, the species name, supreme deity of Shivanism, a branch of Hinduism, who destroys and transforms the universe, an allusion to the faunal turnover that occurred in the middle of the Cretaceous period towards the Cenomanian-Turonian boundary. So there's a big extinction event that happens kind of halfway through the Cretaceous. And that's the extinction in which we lose critters like the Spinosaurids. the last of the Spinosaurids die out. Like, Spinosaurus is there in the Cenomanian. It goes extinct at the end of the Cenomanian, along with all the other Spinosaurs. No Spinosaurs after that. No Stegosaurs after that either. The Stegosaurs, the last of them, die out at the end of the Cenomanian. And in the seas, the Ichthyosaurs die out. That's not a good Ichthyosaur. Let me show you a better one. That's a much better one there. Yeah, the Ichthyosaurs also die out then, and they get replaced by Mosasaurs. I think the Pliosaurs also die out then, too. Yeah, these short-necked, like the giant one that was just found in southern England. These guys also died out at the end of the Cenomanian, I believe. But yeah. Anyway, yeah. So I hope that answers your question, Slightly Caffeinated. That's where the name came from. Basically, if you're publishing a new dinosaur, you get to name it. You and your colleagues get together, you agree on a name, you write up a paper, you submit it for review in different journals, it gets peer-reviewed, hopefully it gets accepted, you might revise it a little bit, then it gets published, and the day that that gets published is the day that that animal receives its official name. The name that you chose, but that's like when that name becomes official. And that date is important because the first publication to name a new species, that name gets to stick. If two teams independently name the same animal, like, because they didn't know that, like, somebody else found similar fossils and they name it, the one that gets published first, that's the name that gets to stick. That's the way the rules work. So, yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Anyway, and you're welcome, Slightly Caffeinated. It's good to have you. Anyway, let's get back to Ice Ages and how they come about. Let's go back to axial tilt. Here we go. There you go, Hogan. Yeah, that is the thing, as you well know.
Were the main factor that could cause enough cooling to make ice expand on the planet's surface. As a result, he predicted that the most significant ice ages would have happened every 41,000 years or so, falling in line with the tilt cycle. And he was right, pretty much. If we look deep into the geological record, we can see changes in climate that line up roughly with the cycle of Earth's tilt, about 41,000 years. One such record is from the colorful 25-million-year-old paleosols of the John Day Formation in Oregon. There, scientists have found changes in carbon and oxygen isotopes in rock layers, showing that rainfall patterns changed every 41,000 years or so during the late Oligocene epoch. During dry periods, this region got about 350 millimeters of rain per year, but in wet periods, that went up to nearly 500 millimeters of rain, an increase of more than 40%. That change in rainfall transformed the environment from sagebrush to wooded grasslands and back again. And with different environments came different animals. So fossils from the wet periods at John Day contain more large mammals like rhinos, while drier periods feature lots of tortoises, gophers, and rabbits. And scientists can trace this climate cycling pattern back even farther. In the Midland Basin of West Texas, studies of the rock layers have revealed fluctuations in the amount of atmospheric dust during the late Carboniferous period, about 300 million years ago. These changes relate to dry and wet cycles that again match up with the Milankovitch cycles, with changes happening about every 36,000 years. And yes, that's 36,000 years, even though the cycle of the axial tilt is about 41,000 years. That's because, to make things even more complicated, Milankovitch cycles used to be a little faster than they are today. The cycles of precession and axial tilt are set by the gravitational interaction between the Earth and the Moon. And the Moon has steadily been moving away from Earth.
This is why, when we talk about paleontology being a very integrative science, it's taking bits of knowledge and experiments and stuff from a bunch of different scientific fields and kind of synthesizing them to learn about the history of life on Earth. This is what I'm talking about. How, if you want to actually understand ice ages and you know why they occur and the patterns inherent to them, you got to understand not just the axial tilt, but you've got to understand the orbit of the moon. You've got to understand all of these different cycles like this. It's really interesting stuff. Everything is interconnected. It's true, Charlie's Dragon. It really is. It really is.
Since it formed
cool how this stuff
4.5
works.
billion years ago, and Earth's rotation has slowed as well. So both of these things mean that precession and tilt are slower now than they were in the past. So if you look deep into the geological record, you'll see that the biggest changes in climate line up pretty well with the cycle of our planet's axial tilt. Which is why when scientists began pulling up ice cores from Greenland going back about 400,000 years, they expected to find evidence that the biggest swings in climate happened about every 41,000 years or so. But they didn't. Instead, the ice cores showed that while there was an influence of tilt, the biggest ice ages were separated by 100,000 years. This is what some scientists have called the 100,000-year problem.
Interesting stuff. I'm going to pause this for just a second because I want to look at our... Oh, the sun is just going down over the San Francisco Bay right now. Beautiful. It is sunset time on the shortest day of the year in the Northern Hemisphere. That is really lovely. Really lovely. Comrade Pupper says, why are we looking at sunsets? Because today is December solstice. It is the shortest day of the year here in the Northern Hemisphere. And we're talking about the reason for seasons, axial tilt. We're talking about how that influences Earth's climate, how that creates ice ages with the Milankovitch cycles. We're kind of using that to talk more broadly about the history of changing climates on our planet Earth. And there's a reason for it, Comrade Pupper. Yeah. If we get a raid or something with a bunch of new people, I'll show some more videos that kind of explain the Earth's tilt and how that creates the seasons. But yeah. There we go. Oh, bye-bye, sun. This is the, I think, earliest sunset we'll get in 2023. But yeah. The sun will start to set later and later after this, as we'll talk about. But anyway, let's get back to our video here. And let's get rid of some
Basically,
of those
during the
tabs.
whole Pleistocene epoch, the biggest climate cycles didn't line up with the axial tilt cycle. And it's only been in the last few years we've figured out why. The reason that climate cycles changed from 41,000 years to 100,000 years during the ice ages involved a fourth factor
David
that drives our
656?
climate: ice itself. When large amounts
David 656 says, who knows how much we still don't know? Can't wait for the future. Yeah, I mean, that's what drives us as scientists. It's like, there's so much that we don't even know that we don't know at this point. That's what gets us out of bed in the morning, you know? When you're a scientist, it's like, well, shoot. I think, Dana Rashid said it really well toward the end of her talk. Take a look.
Chicken tail. Since there's no good animal model for ankylosing spondylitis, we're proposing to study it in the chicken. Who knew? Following all of these clues in genetics and development makes me feel like a detective in my very own whodunit story.
What it is to be a scientist.
Like detectives, we as scientists have hunches or hypotheses as to how we think something happened or how something worked. I can tell you I've had many, many hypotheses, and I am almost always wrong. But I don't mind, really, I don't, because in every case I've been wrong, the real biology has been far more amazing than my imagination could have ever conceived. Every day I walk into lab and ask, how will my mind be blown today? And I am rarely disappointed. This reverence for nature I've had since I was a kid. when I found out that the world is actually billions of years old, and we didn't just magically appear, but we, like every other living thing on this planet, have long and rich, varied and beautiful evolutionary histories. It's been an incredible privilege working on this project, and it's been an absolute privilege talking to you today. Thank you.
Now, that is a really, really cool talk about her work on trying to understand the chicken genome, understand why the tail shortens. Well, one of the results from that is going to be trying to like engineer a chicken that looks superficially like that of a dinosaur. That's kind of the hook, but really it's about understanding the development of different organisms like chickens, and maybe being able to come up with cures for diseases like ankylosing spondylitis, like she was talking about. So yeah. Anyway, and Rizzy Cat says, seems the ice core data from Greenland should confirm the Ice Age cycle, does it? It does indeed, Rizzy Cat, yeah. Yeah. From Greenland and from Antarctica, too. Yeah. Anyway, back to this.
Ice form, it makes a huge difference in Earth's climate. It's light in color, so it reflects more sunlight, which can help cool down the planet even further. This phenomenon is called albedo. When the climate becomes cold enough for ice to form quickly, then the albedo effect causes the planet to cool down even more. And the type of ice that forms the fastest is sea ice. The Pleistocene epoch wasn't the first time Earth had a lot of sea ice, but it was one of the first times when one hemisphere made a lot more sea ice than the other, and that's still going on today. Even though the North Pole is covered in water and the South Pole is land, the Southern Hemisphere actually produces more sea ice than the North. And this is important because at least since the Ice Ages, it has thrown off the balance between the poles. The two hemispheres of our planet haven't been heating up and cooling down at the same rate. Instead, sea ice has been forming faster in the Southern Hemisphere, faster than the hot summers in the Northern Hemisphere can counteract. This means that in annual cumulative terms, Southern sea ice has been able to create an overall cooling effect on the planet. Now, what really made the ice ages of the Pleistocene unique was the interaction of sea ice with our planetary cycle.
Dragantor says, I've always pronounced epoch incorrectly. You know, it's a tomato-potato situation. You know, epic, epoch, epoch. As long as people know what you're saying, it really doesn't matter that much, you know? I don't think anybody's going to laugh at you. There are like, I've heard this pronounced in a multitude of different ways. So I wouldn't sweat it, Gigantor. I really wouldn't. Don't worry about it too much. You know? Science is not about gotchas.
Has been more elliptical, and winter in the Southern Hemisphere has occurred when Earth was farthest from the sun. Sea ice grew quickly and dramatically cooled the planet. And those exact conditions only happened about every 100,000 years. So that's when the peak cold periods happened during the Ice Ages. So remember when woolly rhinos were finally able to enter Europe 450,000 years ago, when the average global temperature dropped about 6 degrees Celsius?
I wasn't there, but I remember
Climate models suggest that this happened because of an eccentric orbit and a precession that aligned just right to make the Southern Hemisphere's winter happen furthest from the sun. This made sea ice in the Southern Hemisphere cool more rapidly, which then went on to cool the rest of the planet, which in turn created more ice, which in turn cooled the planet even more. And during these periods of extreme cold, the woolly rhinos were still able to spread into Europe, until the climate abruptly warmed at the end of the Pleistocene. This marked the beginning of our current epoch, the Holocene. It's not clear why this warming period was the last one for the rhinos. Other animals like the saiga and the caribou were able to adapt to the new warmth.
Ooh, I think I know why it is. Rhinos have not really done very well around people. Like, people have not been kind to rhinoceros. There's a reason why every living species of rhinoceros is currently endangered. HD says, I like that nose. Yeah, fortunately, a lot of other people like that nose too, and they want to cut it off after killing this animal. And that's what's happening to rhinoceros today. And that's almost certainly what happened to the woolly rhinoceros as well. The reason why they went extinct while some of their contemporaries, like caribou and saiga, survived is that these are larger animals. They require a larger territory. They don't reproduce as fast. So when people hunt them, it's a bigger impact on their population numbers, you know? In the wild, these creatures are more able to defend off predators and stuff like that, but when those predators are people, it doesn't really work the same way, you know? So yeah.
The Holocene. It's not clear why this warming period was the last one for the rhinos. Other animals like the saiga and the caribou were able to adapt to the new warmth, but woolly rhinos couldn't. So Milankovitch cycles can explain.
I don't think it was that rhinos couldn't adapt to that, because they'd survived through a bunch of these fluctuations in the past. It's really the arrival of people and overhunting by human hunters that seems to have driven them into extinction. That's my take on this. And it seems like a growing number of paleontologists who work on Pleistocene animals, like these, they're coming around to the same conclusion. This seems to be a growing consensus. But there's still some people on the other side of stuff, you know? But yeah, stay tuned. In another decade or two, I suspect it'll be like case closed, you know? We've come to a general agreement that it was overhunting that wiped out most of the Pleistocene megafauna, like woolly rhinos. Yeah. Humans are bad for megafauna, Claire Burr. Yeah. And yay for Shen, how are you doing? Welcome back. It's good to have you here. We're just waiting for this to start up again. YouTube's been having some real trouble.
Climate variations in deep time. But there's also a complicated mix of other factors I haven't even mentioned yet, like the position of the continents, levels of greenhouse gases,
Let's
and
protect our
volcanic
fossils, because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
Graphic Lounge, thank you for subscribing, and welcome to Paleontologizing. It is really, really good to have you here. Holy cow. Thank you for your support. That means a great deal to me. It really does. Welcome to the community. Thank you for helping us with our Partner Plus push, too. It's good stuff. Thanks for supporting science outreach here on Twitch. I appreciate that. Yeah. Appreciate you. Let's get back to this.
activity. And what about solar activity? Well, light from the sun has actually gotten stronger over time, but only by about 6% in the last billion years, so it's had a pretty minor effect. All of these factors make it hard, but not impossible, to predict where we're headed. We do know that about 26,000 years ago, Earth reached its last glacial maximum, the peak of the 100,000 year cycle. So in approximately 74,000 years, eccentricity, precession, and sea ice should all align to make it very cold again. But what makes it difficult to predict future temperatures is the fact
Where was that? That looked like it was someplace in California there.
to make it very cold again. But what
And not just because there's a lot of traffic. Balboa Boulevard, Encino. Yeah, this is in Southern California. This is in, like, LA. Yeah.
makes it difficult to predict future temperatures is the fact that humans are producing a lot of greenhouse gases. In the last 300 years, the carbon dioxide content of the atmosphere has increased by about 45%. And as a result, temperatures have risen steadily for the last century, almost 1 degree Celsius, independent of the Milankovitch cycles. The effects of human activity are essentially overpowering some of the cooling effects of sea ice. So our climate is incredibly complicated, but understanding how it used to behave and how it might behave in the future is important for understanding the changes that are happening right now. The more we try to understand, the more likely we can avoid the fate of the woolly rhino.
Yes. Here's a link to this video here. And Balboa Park. Oh yeah, yeah. Miss Yvette, that's got to be San Diego, huh? I should have just left it at Southern California. Then I would have been correct. Yeah. We also have a Balboa Park in San Francisco, but I don't think that's it because it also said Encino, and I think Encino is also near San Diego, is it not? Yeah. There you go, Static Life. Yeah, Static Life knows what's up. Yeah. And there's no Encinos in South Dakota? I think you're probably right, Ungoy. I don't think there is an Encino in South Dakota. SD. Or maybe SD stands for... I was gonna say solid state drive, but it's missing an S. Anyway, it's all good. Whatever. Let's take another look at our sunset now. And yeah, look at that. You can see the Golden Gate Bridge there. This is live. Or they take a picture every minute, I think. San Francisco there. The San Francisco-Oakland Bay Bridge. And Berkeley, California down there. Shortest day of the year. Here in the Northern Hemisphere. December solstice. Yeah. Ongoing. Yeah. Yeah. So lovely video there from PBS Eons, but what causes an ice age? Let's get into that in a little bit greater detail here. Let's check this video out from was it from Atlas Pro? It was. Yeah. All right, well, let's get to the... So there's going to be a big storm. We got rain earlier, Miss Yvette. It might be over now.
For over 85% of the Earth's 4.5 billion year history, the planet has maintained a worldwide greenhouse, with hot and humid climates reaching from the equator all the way to the poles. But every so often, the Earth experiences a reversal.
This is bothering me a little bit in that the narration is not matching the closed captions, and this tells me that they probably uploaded text to make the closed captions, probably from an earlier draft of the script or something, but yeah, whatever. That's fine. Now YouTube is... Come on, YouTube, you can do it. You can do it. You can do it!
World temperatures drop, and glaciers reach out to clasp the Earth in ice. These conditions have been referred to as an ice house Earth, or more commonly, ice ages. But catastrophic changes to the climate don't happen without a reason, so today I wanted to journey back in time to look at some of the causes behind these glaciation events and see what ice ages might be able to teach us about the future of our planet's climate. The Earth has only...
Oh, I can see what happened. It was somehow translating it into Vietnamese and then back to English? Let's see if this helps.
Experienced 5 major ice ages. The first began 2.4 billion years ago, when the only life to be found on the planet was ocean-dwelling, unicellular, and anaerobic. This all changed when evolution delivered cyanobacteria, the first organism capable of converting carbon dioxide and water into useful sugars with the help of the sun, photosynthesis. The important difference here, however, was in the waste product generated, gaseous oxygen.
That's not a real dinosaur, so it can't really be realistic.
Had never before been found in the atmosphere. Instead, methane, a powerful heat-absorbing greenhouse gas, was found in abundance. The only problem was, in the presence of oxygen, methane reacts to produce carbon dioxide and water vapor. Carbon dioxide, while still a greenhouse gas, isn't nearly as good as methane at retaining heat in the atmosphere, while water vapor mostly would have precipitated out of the air and...
Okay, this is all good stuff, but this is not necessarily what we're trying to get at. Let's talk about Milankovitch cycles and the tilt of the Earth's axis. Oh, goodness. Well, whatever.
To the oceans, minimizing its effects on the climate. What this led to was the atmosphere being gradually drained of its methane and replaced by less substantial greenhouse gases. until for the first time ice formed on the surface of the Earth, beginning what's known as the Huronian Ice Age. The extent to which glaciers encompassed the planet during this time is not entirely known, as each subsequent ice age tends to remove nearly all evidence.
I really kind of can't stand the voice on this. It's so, like, monotone. Sorry, we're gonna go to a different video. Sorry, everybody. Some of you are probably not too upset about that. Let's see. Goodness. I'm trying to find you a decent video about this. There was one that I found earlier that wasn't too shabby. Is it here? I think it is.
Earth.
Tradoon.
I'm Earth. Tradoon. Drag nerd. Yeah. Cross your fingers that this doesn't get DMCA'd when it goes onto YouTube, or we'll have to like cut out a huge chunk of this. There's going to be a lot of text and stuff, and so I don't really want to reverse it and get rid of the audio, so just cross your fingers that YouTube is chill about this. We'll see. We'll see what happens here. Yeah.
A unique planet, restless and dynamic. Continents shift and clash. Volcanoes erupt.
They do.
Glaciers grow and recede. Titanic forces that are constantly at work.
Danny, learn track 2? No, I mean, I already used Claire. That's how I already know how that works. Okay. It's a pain when, you know what? Fine. Okay. We'll get rid of the closed captions and we'll just do this. Yeah.
Leaving a trail of geological mysteries behind.
We won't have closed captions. That's fine.
This episode journeys back through time to explore how ice has shaped modern North America. Geologists discover how America's temperatures plunged to an average of 26 degrees Fahrenheit all year round. How a wall of ice, 8 times the height of the Empire State Building, covered much of North America.
Wait, what? Slightly caffeinated?
Ice created some of the
no, and it's good, Claire. Don't worry about it. I'm sorry I got frustrated.
A deep frozen episode in the continuing drama of how the Earth was made.
There you go. Now you can read that.
One awesome physical force has had more impact than any other on the shaping of modern North America. The dynamic,
ice.
Unstoppable power of ice.
Oh yeah.
Over millions of years, ice sheets a mile or more thick have decapitated the continent's mountains and dammed and diverted its rivers. But the full extent
Ice Baby, yeah, Charlie's
and
Dragon.
Sculpted the landscape of the U.S. is only now becoming clear.
And Ominous George, welcome back. Good to see her.
Investigate the overwhelming geological impact of America's Ice Age.
Yeah.
For centuries, America's early geologists were puzzled by mysterious marks.
Ooh, like
etched into
this
the bedrock
in New
of
York
much
Central
of
Park.
North America.
Yeah.
And
yeah, yes indeed, Ominous Jorts. Yes indeed. New office. Yeah. I moved last week. Last week? Week before? It's been almost 2 weeks now. Yeah, it had to have been. Holy cow. It's been almost 2 weeks now. But yeah. Yeah. What do you think? It's specially decorated today for, you know, talking about ice ages on the December solstice today. Happy solstice to you, Jorts. But yeah. And little horseshoe crab. Yeah. I wanted to have some invertebrate love for this too. Horseshoe crabs, you don't normally think of them as being a Pleistocene ice age creature, but you know what? They survived through the Pleistocene. So they get some love. It's always a good time for horseshoe crabs. It's always Limulus time. Sounds like a beer commercial or something. It's always time for Limulus. Yeah. And long, really, really long live the horseshoe crabs. There you go, Static Life. Yeah. And Charlie's Dragon. Yeah, it is still ice house Earth. Let's hope it stays that way. Let's hope we don't melt that ice, because holy cow. Yeah, here, toward the end of this, let's skip to this part of the documentary. We're going to jump around a little bit in it. But if we manage to melt all of that ice, which is kind of currently happening, not good.
America's dwindling ice is a precious resource. Each summer in Washington state alone, melting glaciers provide 470 billion gallons of drinking water.
Holy cow.
But it comes at a price. The melting ice has pushed up sea levels by a foot each century, and that rate is increasing. And the scientists who study life in the oceans are seeing firsthand the impact it is having.
The coral animal itself builds a city, very much like we humans do. The coral had to move as sea level changed. As sea level went down, it had to follow that sea level down. As sea level came up, it had to follow that sea level up. The question we have to ask ourselves as humans, as sea level changes, will our cities...
And yeah, Kabuki, check out the VODs. I talked about that last week. Last Friday, I think.
The world's total land surface, approximately 6 million square miles, is covered by ice sheets.
That's cool, Sparky Pug. That's really neat.
Is melting fast. If present warming trends continue, all the glaciers in Montana's Glacier National Park will be gone by 2030. Today, North America's longest glacier is the Bering Glacier in Alaska. It is 130 miles long and 10 miles wide.
Holy
with
cow.
Solid ice up to half a mile deep. But over the past 20 years, that ice has become thinner, as much as 600 feet thinner at the point where the glacier reaches the sea. So much ice is now melting that every year it pours out at least 7 cubic miles of floodwater.
That's
twice
nuts.
as much water as there is in the entire length of the Colorado River.
Holy cow. And Honest George says, wait, the coral moved? Do you mean that literally, or like it rooted on new rocks? Like the old corals died and the new coral organisms had to find, like, because coral doesn't start off attached to anything. It starts off as like little free swimming organisms, and then they become sessile. They get stuck to a substrate. So like all the baby coral that like went out, the parent populations died because the water got too deep or too shallow for them, and like a new coral reef had to form, basically, is what he meant. I guess he meant in aggregate, the coral had to move. That's like the old reef died and then a new reef had to start, if that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, real estate prices in New York just fell. They're gonna harass if things continue.
Over the same time, Arctic sea ice has shrunk by 250
An interesting
million
Mizovet,
acres.
huh?
an area the size of Texas and New Mexico combined.
Coral is really fascinating, George. Yeah,
If
for
Earth's
sure.
ice continues to melt at this rate, it will once again redraw the map of America's coastline.
Holy cow. That's why I didn't want to have it reversed. Yeah, check this part out.
This is what Florida looked like in 1995. Here is what it could look like in 100 years.
Any Floridians in the
A
chat?
loss of more than 4 million acres, where 1.5 million people lived in 2010.
Yep.
And at the ocean's present rate of rise, this is the coast of Florida as it might look at the end of the next century, in the year 2200. This is Miami, or what's left of it.
Oof.
By then, the city's ocean drive might be a drive under the ocean. A return to the sea levels of 130,000 years ago.
Yep.
The geologists investigating America's ice age have found evidence that the power
There you go,
of
Charlie's
ice
Dragon,
has
yeah.
been crucial in
Yeah, I
helping
know what
to
you're talking
create
about.
modern North America.
Classic GIF.
Bugs in sea mud acted as
Bugs
tiny
in
thermometers.
sea mud. The foraminifera is what they're talking about. They're kind of recapping here, but let's take a look at that. America's ice age.
For centuries, America's early geologists were puzzled by mysterious marks etched into the bedrock of much of North
Stego, yeah.
America.
Some buildings are already collapsing in
By
places like
lonely
Miami.
mounds of rock randomly scattered across the land. Many believed such features were evidence of a massive flood in the long-distant past. But then in 1847, a newly appointed Harvard University professor came up with a radical new idea.
Yeah.
Geologist Louis Agassiz
Agassiz is, well, we'll talk about him a little bit tomorrow, too. What does he have to do with coelacanths? Does anybody know what Agassiz has to do with the coelacanth? Any guesses? Somebody in chat's got to have an answer. He didn't rediscover it. He didn't eat one. He did a lot with fishes. He did indeed, Sculpin. He invented the name coelacanth. The name coelacanth means hollow spine, and Agassiz, a famed geologist, and he described fossils too, so maybe you could call him a paleontologist. But he came up with this name coelacanth for these cool fossil fishes. And everybody assumed that they were extinct, that they died out at the end of the Cretaceous. Until one fateful day, in 1938, it happened to be December 22nd, actually. What I sometimes call Fishmas Day, which we'll be celebrating tomorrow for an extra special coelacanth stream. So tune in then. Oh man, I'm excited. I'm excited. Oh. I've got to finish painting my coelacanth model before then. It's going to be excellent. Well, let's continue.
compared North America's landscape and rocks with the geology of mountain glaciers in his native Switzerland.
Yeah, and Krellin, what do you call the coelacanth in Germany? I found a documentary. The title of the documentary was in German. And I don't remember what it was, but it's like I've never seen that word before. I was a little confused. But Ohrfisch? Well, it's not the first fish, Charlie's Dragon, but that's a good guess. It's a good guess. Yeah. Oh, Quantenflosser. Yeah, named after its fins. Does that mean like limb fin or something? Leg fin?
Theories he had developed in the Swiss Alps a decade earlier to declare that North America had once been buried deep under ice. Agassiz's work at Harvard made him world famous in his
Kunstflosser.
day.
Thank you, Krellin. I appreciate that.
But the final proof of his ice age theory had to wait until the 1950s, when new evidence came from the seabed of the Atlantic Ocean.
Küstenflosse. Yeah.
That evidence is still stored to this day in this refrigerated laboratory at Miami University.
Nice.
These thousands of plastic tubes offer scientists a unique window to look back at what the weather was like on the ancient Earth.
This is what we call a core lab. So this sort of thing, shoot, some of you might remember that me showing this back in... Oh, and shoot, by the way, there is the coelacanth model, too. I took a picture of this as I was painting it earlier. Yeah. It's not done yet. But yeah. Alright, let me go through my photos, and this would have been in October of 2022. Here we go. There's the core lab. Wait, where? Oh shoot, did I delete those? Darn it, I must have. They were video files, and I guess they were taking up too much space, so I deleted them. Oh well. That's okay. That's fine. We'll get back to the video. But there's a core lab in Salt Lake City at the Utah Geological Survey. And that's actually where the paleontology facilities are, too. It's a big building that was, like, purpose-built as a core lab facility for rock cores. It doesn't have to be refrigerated because it's not ice. The rock isn't gonna melt. But, yeah. And Halskaraptor, I'm glad you like my new office. The cool thing is, I can change it up every day. And, I can change up the lighting even more frequently than that. Yeah. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. But today we've got kind of a Pleistocene theme going on. Yeah. So yeah. And George says, is that a saber-toothed tiger model on your wall? It's, well, Smilodon is the genus name. The saber-toothed cat, it's not actually a tiger, so we don't really use that term as paleontologists, saber-toothed tiger. But, yeah, it's the state fossil of California. Smilodon fatalis. Check it out. Yeah. It's my 3D printed Smilodon skull. I just replaced the canines on it recently, because they were totally wrong. They were, like, conical in cross-section. They're not supposed to be like that. They're actually thin like this. So I actually found a scan of a Smilodon canine, printed that, mirrored it, and then printed it. Oh yeah. And Smilodon, I think Smilodon fatalis, Halskaraptor. Yeah, it might not be a perfect model. It needs some work. But yeah, I've worked with real Pleistocene Rancho La Brean Smilodon skulls from Rancho La Brea in years past, but you know, what do we say about fossils like that?
That belongs in a museum!
And those are in museums. I've got a 3D print here in my office. Oh yeah. And how do those gnashers work, Jorts? For biting, of course. No, these they were probably used to, like, puncture the windpipe of their prey. Creatures like ground sloths, horses, bison, maybe the occasional mammoth or mastodon, etc. Yeah, in the same way that, like, you know, lions or tigers, or, you know, they'll go for the neck of large prey. These guys are probably doing the same thing. Yeah. And ground sloths were cute, absolutely. Crassive Nod, I agree. Very cool. Anyway. I think it's supposed to be Smilodon fatalis, but it could be Smilodon calcaniformis. Those might even be the same thing. I'm not even sure. Velociraptor, but yeah. Yeah. What are my thoughts on Pleistocene Park? I think it's a neat idea. I wish them the very best of luck. They've got a lot of work ahead of them. But yeah, I think their hearts are in the right place, and I wish them all the best. Yeah. And isn't it hypothesized that the Smilodon's closest living relative is the snow leopard? I don't think so. What isn't it I think it's the clouded leopard, right? And it's not that it's its closest living relative, it's that the clouded leopard is the cat that has the longest canines. So like if there were any cat that would in the future evolve into a saber-toothed cat, it would be easiest for the clouded leopard because it's already on its way with those long canines. I think, right? Here, we'll take a look. Here. I think it was here. Although I'm not 100% sure. I thought it was in this old episode of Paleo World here, but I could be wrong about that. Here's paleontologist Larry Martin talking about these critters.
Of the saber-toothed cats.
Maybe it was a combination of both climatic change and humans coming into the New World to cause the ultimate extinction of this magnificent carnivore.
Did the great cats go quietly? Maybe not. It seems odd that Stone Age man and saber-tooth coexisted. Yet there is no prehistoric art to record the event.
There you go, Mayor Spade, yeah.
But then, who would paint a picture of the creature that haunts his dreams? And what is more frightening, we may not have seen the last of the killer cats.
Saber-toothed cats have
It's got a
evolved
sun helmet,
time
like
and
me.
time again. Being a saber-toothed
This looks like it's plastic, though.
cat must have been a wonderful occupation, but it was also high risk. They kept becoming extinct. But after they became extinct, they'd evolve right back again. In a sense,
Other lineages of cats would
extinction
evolve
was
saber
not forever.
fangs.
Today, the clouded leopard of Southeast Asia
There we
is
go.
a jaguar-sized killer with the longest canines alive.
They're not jaguar-sized. They're a little smaller than that, aren't
Perhaps, somewhere in the world, the next saber-toothed cat is lurking in the shadows, waiting for his next meal.
Oh boy. Yeah. Yeah, but let's look though. I wonder in the actual like phylogeny of extinct Smilodon. Maybe Halskaraptor was right about that, and maybe the snow leopard is considered really basal on the cat family tree. Let's see, Pantherinae, Maracinonyx. This is the American cheetah. Smilodon. It's Machairodontidae. Yeah, it doesn't look like they're particularly close to any modern felid. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. But yeah, and Harissa, oh, you gotta go to the store? Well, thanks for being here. I hope you're already on your way, and I hope you find everything you need at the store. One sec. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Let's go through our, let's see. Minifera, rocks, moraine hills, sea bugs, foraminifera. Ice changed the landscape. Great Lakes, ice cores. Camels. Let's take a look at that.
Back in Denver in the Ice Core lab, Jim White is examining the piece of evidence which could confirm that the Ice Age killed off the camels.
This is a really fascinating piece of ice and one of the most important
Track
pieces
nerd, nice. Apples are good to eat.
This is the aha moment of climate change.
The evidence is an ice core, a frozen time capsule recording the temperature of North America 12,000 years ago. It shows that the U.S. suddenly got even colder.
We've opened our book of climate. And if we read the book from today, going back in time, that's page 12.
Marissa, holy cow. Yeah.
28 months. Love what you do. Now I'm going to the store lol paleo.
Thank you so much for those 28 months of support, Harissa. I really, really appreciate that. And thank you. Thanks for keeping me online for that one. Enjoy your trip to the store. I hope it's not too crowded. I hope the things that you need are on sale. Thank you. Okay. Well, let's get back.
12,000.
There we go.
And imagine, if you will, from this moment back in time, we had 1,000 years of cold.
It's evidence of the last gasp of the Ice Age. Another rapid freezing of America.
Utahraptor was the most dangerous dinosaur around.
Indeed it was, Looky Lucille. Except for Looky Lucille, maybe. 40 months of support from Looky Lucille. Holy cow. I appreciate you, Looky Lou. I really, really do. Thanks for keeping me on the air for the past 40 months. That's like... it's almost a whole year. Thank you.
These abrupt climate changes can be a 10 degrees Celsius change in temperature in 50 years or less. Temperature changes of a degree Celsius per year sustained over several years.
Hype train.
1,000 bits can make a wonderful difference in promoting the appreciation and understanding of fossil science here on Twitch.
I appreciate that very, very much, Looky Lucille. 1,000 bits and 100 from Hogan. Thank you so much, both of you. I appreciate that sincerely. And also a great deal. Thank you very, very much for that. Holy cow. We got a hype train going here. Beautiful. That's excellent. And Lenina says, I wonder what that Partner Plus goal is looking like now. Well, we can talk about that. Let's go ahead and refresh this, shall we? It's gone up. We are now at 244 out of 350. So I'll go ahead and update that here. $244 out of 350. Update. Excellent. Fantastic. That's great. It's really great, and I really appreciate it. Yeah. And
really spectacular. Spared no expense.
And thank you,
_
a truck horn.
Horn gifted a tier 1 sub to Notes from Krautland.
Thank you,
They
truck
have given
horn.
142 gift subs in the channel.
I appreciate that very, very much. That gift sub there.
I can see that my 50,000 a year has been well spent.
And Machi, holy cow, 37 months at Tier 3. Well, I assume that Tier 3 was a recent innovation there. Thank you, Machi, for upgrading to a Tier 3 there. That really does help. It's an extra 5 additional sub points that upgrade yielded to our Partner Plus push. So thank you for that, Machi. Thank you very, very much. It's excellent. It's excellent. Thank you. And hey, Omar Luna, welcome back. It's good to see you here. It doesn't seem like people are super interested in that documentary about ice during the Pleistocene in North America. So as a way of kind of transitioning into Thursday Birds Day, find any videos on Ice Age birds? Oh no, it's giving us Ice Age the movie. Let me search Pleistocene birds, I guess. Let's talk about this one. This is the closest we're going to get, maybe. Civilized Dry Them says, what happened before the Big Bang? The Big Quiet. I don't know. We literally have no idea, and not really any way to know. Time, as we understand it, did not exist before the Big Bang. Like, so it's, you know, it's like asking, what color was orange before orange existed? It's like, well, what? I'm not a cosmologist, nor a physicist, nor an astronomer, or anything like that, so I'm not really the one to ask those kinds of questions, but I appreciate you being here, Civilized Dry Them. It's good to have you. If you've got any more fossil-related questions, I'm your guy. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. And thank you for those 600 bits there, Viga Alter Deneb. I appreciate that very much. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah. Red, yellow is that answer. Okay, what existed before blue is the color blue? I don't know. I was trying to come up with a question that didn't.
Risu Dego gifted a tier 1 sub to Rizela 226.
Anyway, thank you, Risu Dego. I appreciate that very much. Thank you, thank you. Anyway, yeah. Let's get on with this. YouTube is being real slow today, you know? I don't know what's up with it.
I usually stand here and tell you about exotic creatures that you're never going to see. Extinct animals with unusual features, or strange body plans, or sizes that seem preposterous compared to the animals we know today. But there are some organisms.
Oh, and you know what? Actually, wasn't there another PBS Eons video about glaciation or ice ages? View full playlist.
A real mean kid. With 6-inch daggers for teeth, he was the terror of his neighborhood.
And, oh, is it Civilized Dry Them? Or is it Civilized Rhythm? I apologize if I pronounced it incorrectly, but thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. And do you think the universe will eventually collapse on itself, or will it infinitely expand forever? Down a rabbit hole at the moment, my head is fried. You know, I don't know. I don't know if it will reach... I know my chair wants to drift in that direction. The floor in here is not even. But will the universe continue to expand forever? Or will it eventually contract again? I don't know. I don't know. That's well outside of my realm of expertise here, you know? If you've got any dinosaur questions in particular, or anything else fossil related, that's what I actually study, what I publish on, fossils, dinosaur fossils in particular, what I actually excavate. Those are the scientific fields that I'm contributing to. I'm not a cosmology guy, you know? So sorry. Yeah. Diagonal says the best scientific models currently predict expansion. Okay. Huh. But yeah. Astro Canuck would be a good person to ask about this, yeah. Go follow Astro Canuck if you want to ask things of somebody who actually, like, knows a thing or two about astronomy. It's not my specialty. Yeah. Anyway. And will fossils expand or just kind of sit there for a long time? They're very good at sitting there for a long time. That's why they tend to last millions of years, as long as they're buried. Once you dig them up, then they need care and attention and stuff. Yeah. I'm looking through here at this PBS Eons playlist and trying to find something Ice Age related before we jump into Thursday Birds Day here. So these are all just like Pleistocene videos. You know what? Let's take a look at the island of shrinking mammoths. That's a fun one. And I believe we've started that one before. Let's take a look.
A mammoth. The tooth was a bit on the small side, but it was obviously from a mammoth. And
Merp. Hang on. Let's go back to the beginning.
In 1873, a geologist named Robert Stearns reported a rather odd find on the Channel Islands off the coast of Southern California.
Yeah.
He had discovered a single tooth from an animal that wasn't known to have lived on the islands, a mammoth. The tooth was a bit on the small side, but it was obviously from a mammoth, and it was enough for Stearns to conclude that the Channel Islands must have once been connected to the mainland.
Chad, do you know what a mammoth tooth looks like, by the way? Let me show you what a mammoth tooth does not look like. This is the mastodon tooth. I gotcha good. That's the tooth of a mastodon, which has got very, very different teeth from those of a mammoth. Mammoth teeth look like this. Here's my 3D printed mammoth tooth right here. Much, much flatter. So, mastodon, mammoth. They might seem like fairly similar animals, mastodon and mammoth, but mastodons have got much taller cusps on their teeth. These were browsing animals. Just kind of walking along, browsing, eating mostly leaves. They're probably living in more forested environments. They're being much more choosy about what they're eating. Mammoths are mostly eating grass and stuff like that, and they're just kind of shoveling low-quality plant material into their mouths and grinding it with these big, flat molars like this. Mastodon, on the other hand, think of them kind of like deer, in that, like, they're gonna get into your garden and they're gonna eat the choicest leaves. Mammoths were more like cows, where they're just gonna walk around and eat grass and crud, you know? So yeah, that's the difference between browsers and grazers. I was actually talking about this with Ios and Lordy the other day, where, have you ever been to like a party or something like that where there's food laid out for people to eat? And you're like, oh, well, you know, have you eaten lunch yet? You ask somebody and they go, oh no, I'm just gonna be over here and I'm just gonna graze. If anybody ever says that, they don't understand what that word means. To graze means to... What they're describing as browsing, where you're just like picking little bits of things to eat, being choosy about it. Grazing means that you're just like shoveling low-quality food material into your mouth and eating big quantities of it. So yeah, mastodon in my garden? It's more likely than you think. There you go, little Marmar. Welcome back. It's good to see you. Yeah. So grazing is like lawn mowing. Browsing is like pruning. That's a... I like... Claire. I like that a lot, Claire. I do. That wow was not sarcastic, even though it sounds sarcastic. It's probably supposed to be sarcastic. That wasn't there. That was earnest. I like that, Claire. Grazing is like mowing the lawn. Browsing is like pruning. Yeah, I like that. I like that. Yeah. What a rude thing to say about your host's offerings. Yeah, there you go, Risategu. Yeah, yeah. So, anyway. Mammoth? Mastodon. So a mammoth tooth is what this guy saw on the Channel Islands back then. There.
Reported a rather odd find on the Channel Islands off the coast of Southern California. He had discovered a single tooth from an animal that wasn't known to have lived on the islands, a mammoth. The tooth was a bit on the small side, but it was obviously from a mammoth, and it was enough for Stearns to conclude that the Channel Islands must have once been connected to the mainland. Otherwise, he thought, how could a mammoth have gotten there? Well, Stearns' hypothesis turned out to be wrong. The islands weren't ever part of the mainland, but the tooth would eventually be recognized as evidence for something even more unexpected. By 1928, enough mammoth fossils had been found on the Channel Islands that paleontologists realized that many of them were unusually small, around 2 meters tall at the shoulder. The mammoths were so small that they came to be seen as their own species, commonly known as the Channel Islands pygmy mammoths. These animals aren't known anywhere else in the world, which means that they must have evolved in place on the Channel Islands. But they're also extremely similar to the mammoths that live just a few dozen kilometers away on the California mainland, the 4-meter-tall Columbian mammoth, one of the largest mammals to ever walk North America. So if the islands were never connected to the mainland, how did those little mammoths get there? Were they related to the giant Columbian mammoths? And how and why were they so small?
And by the way, the Columbian mammoth is different from the woolly mammoth. I think the Columbian mammoth, isn't it thought to actually be a hybrid between woolly mammoths and imperial mammoths? They hybridized, and then the hybrids were actually, like, they took off. They did really well. Hybrids usually don't do super well. These guys did. Yeah. Is that still considered to be the case? Shoot. It's been a long time since I've read about these guys. But yeah, anyway, different from the woolly mammoth. Woolly mammoth is what I have up there. You know, hence the woolliness. You know? Yeah. Columbian mammoth. Different. Less woolly, for one thing. Also larger ears, etc. But anyway, how did these critters get to those Channel Islands off of California?
Answers can be found in the ways species respond to isolated environments with limited resources. It's a phenomenon that's been observed all over the world, and the evolutionary forces that drive it are slow and gradual but powerful. Powerful enough to shrink a mammoth.
We don't all surf in California. I know that's a stereotype,
The oldest mammoth fossil ever found on the Channel Islands is a tusk found on Santa Rosa Island in 2014. Uranium series dating of corals nearby showed it to be about 80,000 years old from the late Pleistocene epoch. And even though the tusk was discovered more than 140 years after Stearns found the first tooth, both fossils raise the same question. How did mammoths manage to get to these islands, some of which are more than 40 kilometers away from the mainland? To solve that puzzle, researchers began by studying what Southern California was like in the Pleistocene. Back then, coastal California was often cooler and drier than it is today, and Southern California was covered with grasses and conifer trees, which fed herds of enormous Columbian mammoths as well as horses and giant ground sloths. And in
Yeah.
turn, these herbivores were stalked by skilled predators like saber-toothed cats
Charles
and
Arnott
dire
illustrations here, by
But
the way.
Pleistocene was a
Bring
time
that
of
full circle.
tumultuous change. The planet cooled, and then it warmed, and then it cooled again, over and over. And those changes dramatically altered the coastline of California as well as the size of the Channel Islands themselves. During warmer spells, as nearby glaciers retreated, portions of the Earth's crust underneath slowly rose back up. But every time the climate turned colder, sea levels dropped as more water became locked up in glaciers and ice caps. So as the seas dropped, more of the island's land was exposed, making them bigger and bigger until some of them eventually became connected. The four northernmost islands were joined together in a single island that geologists called Santa Rosa. And during these times, the surface of Santa Rosa was much closer to the mainland than the islands had been. Sometimes when the sea level was
Interesting.
really low, it was just over 7 kilometers away. So that's a shorter distance, but it still doesn't explain how mammoths crossed the water. Well,
They
the
swam.
thinking among paleontologists is they swam.
Of course.
Believe it or not, swimming comes easily to elephants.
They're
They're
good swimmers.
strong, buoyant, and their trunks can act like snorkels. In rare instances, African elephants have been known to swim as much as 48 kilometers, so it
Holy
seems
cow.
at least plausible that a Columbian mammoth could paddle less than a quarter of that distance to Santa Rosa when sea levels were low. And even though the oldest definitive mammoth fossil on the islands is 80,000 years old, some experts think that the first mammoths made their historic journey as much as 150,000 or even 250,000 years ago, when sea levels were especially low. But the next question you might be wondering is, why would these animals even want to swim out there to begin with? I mean, Southern California is nice, right? Well, for much of the
Not during a
Pleistocene,
drought.
mainland California was an ideal habitat for Columbian mammoths, but in some ways the islands were even better. Pollen samples from the late Pleistocene show us that Santa Rosa was covered with vegetation like pines, firs, grasses, and sage. And although they mostly ate grasses and sedges, mammoths also sometimes ate woody plants. Additionally, some researchers think that Columbian mammoths knew the food was there because not only could they see this nice, lush island, they may have been able to smell it. Research in
Yeah.
2014 found that modern elephants have twice as many genes dedicated to smell as dogs do, and they can smell
What?
food and water from considerable distances. No
Holy
matter
cow,
what
I didn't
drew
know
them
that.
to the island, once they got there, the mammoths found another benefit to their new home. There were no big predators. There's no fossil evidence of saber-toothed cats, dire wolves, or any other large carnivore on the island. It's not clear why. Maybe they just didn't want to get their feet wet. But even in the absence of predators, these pioneering Columbian mammoths eventually ran into trouble in their new home. Because the same climate changes that made the glaciers expand also sometimes made them shrink, dumping fresh water into the ocean and raising sea levels worldwide. This happened a lot in the Pleistocene. The most recent period of rising sea levels began around 20,000 years ago. And when the seas rose, much of the terrain flooded, including some of the grasslands that grew the mammoths' preferred food. When seas were at their highest, only Santa Rosa's highest points were above water, and in fact, those high points form the 4 northern islands that we see today. This new island environment was totally different from the one mammoths had experienced when sea levels were lower. It was also very different from the mainland habitats that their mammoth ancestors had adapted to originally. And one of the most important adaptations that the ancestral Columbian mammoths had acquired was their enormous size.
Swimming
Back on the
mosasaurs
mainland, the
next?
mammoth size gave them a big advantage, helping them to deter the saber-toothed cats, American lions, and dire wolves that shared their ranges. And big animals typically need more food, and there was plenty of that on the mainland. But on Santa Rosa, there were no large predators, but there was a limited supply of food. So suddenly being big wasn't helpful, it was a detriment. And this is when a fascinating phenomenon took place.
Island
In this new
dwarfism.
island environment, natural
Yeah.
selection began to favor mammoths with reduced body sizes, mostly because they needed less food. These smaller mammoths not only required less food, they also began eating different things. A 2015 analysis of scratches and pits found on their teeth showed that pygmy mammoths ate a lot more twigs and leaves than Columbian mammoths did. This may
Interesting.
be because they were better able to access the steep slopes near the peaks of the islands where those foods grew. One study even compared things like the limb proportions and centers of gravity of both kinds of mammoths and concluded that the pygmies could have climbed steeper inclines to reach parts of the islands that
That's
the
so
Columbian
cool.
mammoths couldn't.
That's so
Either
cool.
way, the newer, smaller mammoths were able to take fuller advantage of the forests that were prevalent on the islands, and possibly gave them an edge when sea levels rose and flooded the grasslands that the Columbian mammoths preferred. Pygmy mammoths eventually grew so specialized to their unique isolated environment that by at least 80,000 years ago they became what's considered to be a new species. This is a classic example of insular dwarfism, the tendency for large organisms living in isolated environments to become smaller over evolutionary
to hug them
time.
this night. There you go,
There's
Oscar.
an interesting wrinkle to this tale. The two species, Columbian
There you go,
mammoths and
Alexander.
pygmy mammoths, apparently coexisted on the island. Fossil evidence shows that Columbian mammoths lived on Santa Rosa as recently as 15,000 years ago. But based on the amounts of fossils from both animals, scientists estimate that pygmy mammoths may have outnumbered the Columbian mammoths by more than 3 to 1. So it's possible that these big Columbian mammoths were from a population that, for whatever reason, never evolved a smaller body size. But others suggest that they might represent repeated waves of new
That would make a lot of
visitors from
sense
the
to me.
mainland. In which case, full-size Columbian mammoths may have swum out to the islands, populated by what were essentially miniature versions of themselves, like a Pleistocene version of Gulliver's Travels. Now, we understand pretty well what happened to the Channel Islands shrinking mammoths because it happened more than once. For example, during the late Pleistocene, Europe was home to an enormous elephant, Paleoloxodon antiquus, also known as the straight-tusked elephant. And at some point during an Ice Age cold snap, some of these elephants seem to have made their way to the island of Cyprus, where they too found themselves stranded when the sea levels rose again. By about 11,000 years ago, a very similar but much smaller elephant was living on Cyprus, Paleoloxodon cypriotes. While Paleoloxodon antiquus probably tipped the scales at 10 metric tons, the new dwarf species weighed only 200 kilograms, a reduction in size of about 98%. And the same thing happened with a species of hippo that lived on Cyprus until about 9,000 years ago. This phenomenon is so common that it's got its own rule, proposed by biologist J. Bristol Foster in 1964. Foster's rule says that in isolated environments, animals can acquire either smaller or larger body sizes depending on the availability of resources like food. The rule was inspired by Foster's study of modern island animals, like the pygmy raccoon on Cozumel in Mexico, or the pygmy tree sloths that live off the coast of Panama. Both animals are about half the size of their mainland counterparts. And Foster's rule
1,000
isn't a
bits can make a wonderful difference in promoting the
Ranger Cleric.
appreciation and understanding of fossil science here on Twitch.
I really appreciate that,
So
Ranger
hello,
Cleric.
if you don't stream again before Christmas, then Merry Christmas.
Well, thank you, Ranger Cleric, for the 1,000 bits. I do really, really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Holy cow. And I will be streaming again before Christmas. One more stream tomorrow. It's a Fishmas stream. We're talking about coelacanths tomorrow. It's a coelacanth extravaganza tomorrow. And if you can be there, it'd be great to see you. I'm going to be unveiling the my coelacanth model. Here's a photo of it from yesterday, as I started painting it. So yeah. This sucker's more than 3 feet long, and I'll be unveiling it tomorrow, and we'll be talking all about coelacanths, the story of the coelacanth, why it's so important, why it's so fascinating, what it can tell us about evolution, the history of life on Earth. It's going to be a fun stream. I've been excited about this one since I did the last one a year ago, because it was on tomorrow, December 22nd of 1938, that this fish that had been well known from fossils, this group of fish, coelacanths, they were always assumed to have gone extinct at the end of the Cretaceous period. And then, on December 22nd, 1938, a fishing trawler pulled into a harbor in South Africa with a living coelacanth aboard. Now we know there's 2 populations of these fishes still alive. I'll tell you where tomorrow. But yeah.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Thank you, Ranger Cleric.
Fishy, fishy. Quoting Ernie from Seasane Street.
Ranger Cleric, Nice. I appreciate the extra 100 bits. Thank you for your support. It means a lot to me. It really does. Yeah. Oh, I'm so excited to get that done. I'll be painting it a little bit more tonight. And then a bunch tomorrow. And Continuum says, that's a nice tree you got there. Thank you. It took me a long time to pick this out. It just needed a little love, you know? But yeah. Yeah. It's a good little tree, you know? And Husker Raptor says, it's the most famous example of a Lazarus taxon, right? Yeah. The coelacanth is a classic example of a Lazarus taxon, something that was assumed to be extinct, and it turns out they are still around. Pretty awesome. I gotta figure out what color I want to paint the eyes. I might want to make them really bright like that. That would be really striking. I might do that. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah. Yeah. If you're in the area and want to check out the fossils here, oh yeah, Crass of Not. We've got a bunch of John Day fossil bed fossils just down the road from me in Berkeley, California, at the Museum of Paleontology at the University of California. But yeah, we do indeed, yeah. I've got friends and colleagues who've done a lot of work at John Day. It's a special place. I've never been there, not yet. One of these days I will. You know, I'm a dinosaur guy at the end of the day. Cenozoic fossils. That's not my specialty. But I definitely respect an awesome fossil site like that. Yeah. Yeah, it's part of a very wide area. Yeah, definitely. I've numbered some of those fossils before. Like, I've worked on them in the museum. Like, helping reposit them, curate them, that kind of thing. Yeah. Anyway, let's get back to this lovely video here.
Like food. The rule was inspired by Foster's study of modern island animals, like the pygmy raccoon on Cozumel in Mexico, or the pygmy tree sloths that live off the coast of Panama. Both animals are about half the size of their mainland counterparts. And Foster's rule isn't a set-in-stone scientific law, it's more like a trend, to which there are plenty of exceptions. But in both the fossil record and modern ecosystems, we can find many examples of insular dwarfism, which enables organisms.
Did you see that, by the way? That's an adult chameleon there on a match head. Like a little wooden match. Don't play with matches, kids. You might burn the tiny chameleon. So tiny inside. It makes me want to whisper. It's so small. Look at that. He is a teeny little guy, Mayor Space. Yeah. How small are the hatchlings? Asks Hulscaraptor. They're actually twice as big, and then they shrink through ontogeny. No, I'm totally kidding. Oh, the hatchlings are super, super tiny. Here, let's look up. Smallest chameleon. There's that same photo right there. Yeah. Yeah. So small it looks like a Mesozoic mammal. Brookesia micra. Also known as the nosy Hara leaf chameleon. It's from a tiny island, the islet of Nosy Hara, and Antsiranana, Madagascar. But in 2021, an even smaller species, Brookesia nana, was discovered. That's a great name. Oh, and shoot, that is a juvenile. I'm sorry. That is a juvenile right there. Not an adult. This is an adult. I'm sorry I misled you, chat. I was making false assumptions. But there's an even smaller one. also known as the nano chameleon. It could represent the world's smallest reptile. It does not change colors. Yeah, adult males measure 22 millimeters in total length. 2.2 centimeters. That's where my ruler went, but it's like that. It's like that. It's super, super tiny. That's less than an inch long. An inch is 2.54 centimeters. And these are 2.2 centimeters, so it's less than an inch long. Females are slightly larger, at 1.1 inches, 29 millimeters. Interesting. Pretty neat. Pretty neat. Oh yeah, yeah. A pico chameleon then? Or a euchameleon? Airspace? What? I'm not familiar with that prefix. Yeah. Yeah.
To handle the limited resources that come with living on an island. But even miniaturization can't always save an animal from extinction. The Channel Islands pygmy mammoths disappear from the fossil record shortly after a global cooling episode known as the Younger Dryas came to an end about 11,600 years ago. With the climate getting warmer and drier, the pygmy mammoth forests were replaced with coastal scrub and grassland. And while these animals had survived lots of warm periods before, this time they also had to share their island with a new neighbor, us. The first humans appeared on the Channel Islands around 13,000 years ago, and while we don't know for sure if people hunted the pygmies, there are butcher sites elsewhere in North America that show that humans did hunt and eat mammoths. So as the Channel Islands shrinking mammoths can attest, islands can offer safe refuge from predators and harbor unique habitats that some animals can exploit. But when the climate changes or when new predators arrive, there's nowhere to run, and a mammoth paradise can become a trap. But did you notice what I said earlier about Foster's rule? Even though mammoths may have shrunk after they arrived on the islands, there are plenty of other ancient animals that became giants on island habitats.
Yep.
So join us again in a few weeks when we'll explore how an island grew massive water birds and huge hedgehogs, and how Foster's rule applies to them too.
Pretty cool stuff. I'll give you a link to this video here. And with that, we conclude our discussion of Ice Ages, Pleistocene mega and not so mega fauna, and winter solstice and all that. If we get another raid, maybe we'll jump back into it. But right now, it is time for... where did that button go? Hang on a minute here. It's time for Thursday Birds Day. What is Thursday Birds Day, you might be asking, especially if you're new here? Well, here's a little video to help explain it. I hope you enjoy.
Hold on, something's coming out of here. Look, there's a bird, dude. It knows what's good. I'm telling you, I just heard it inside.
Thursday Birds Day.
Birds are all around us in everyday life. But most of the time we hardly even notice them. Thursday Birds Day is a step toward correcting this oversight. Do you want to be part of Thursday Birds Day?
I don't know.
Here's how you can contribute. Go outside during the week and pay special attention to the birds around you. See if you can take a picture of a bird. It doesn't have to be a good picture, any old photo will do. Upload the picture to the Discord, and we will discuss it on Thursday. Simple as that. Thursday Birds Day is an invitation to go outside and appreciate the grandeur of the natural world. It's a reminder that, since birds are theropods, dinosaurs still enrich our daily lives.
It's great!
And finally, it's a celebration of the amazing history of life on our planet. So, happy Thursday Birds Day!
Well, 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 everybody. Happy Thursday Birds Day indeed. A special holiday Thursday Birds Day today. And, well, let's get into it. Let's take a look at some of these wonderful birds that have been submitted by members of this community here. The first one we've got is from our very own Mayor of Space. Salute to you, Mayor of Space. Ruddy Turnstones, says he. This is their non-breeding plumage. I don't think I'll get to see their breeding plumage because Florida isn't in their breeding range. Neilf posted one a couple weeks back, and there was a speculation that it was named after some quixotic sailing tool, but I actually know exactly what they were named after. This is awesome, Airspace. Ruddy just means a healthy reddish color. It does. You actually hear that in, like, old song lyrics and stuff like that. Ruddy can also mean, like virile, or even, like, rowdy. Ruddy. Yeah. And turnstone refers to their habit of turning over stones in search of invertebrates. They were first firmly described by Carl Linnaeus. Very cool, Mayor Space. That is super neat. And, that's definitely deserving of a paleo salute right there. Ruddy turnstones. I wonder if we can see them turning over stones in search of invertebrates. Let's, first of all, pull them up on the old Tree of Life here. That's awesome. Did you take those photos from a kayak, maybe? Yeah. There we go. Ruddy turnstone. Arenaria interpris. And they are related to sandpipers. Although I guess Arenaria, yeah, these are turnstones here. Cool. Can I find footage of them actually turning over stones, though? Oh, cool. Let's take a look at this. Yeah. And turning stones was one of my favorite activities as a child. Cool, Clever. It's still one of mine. Sometimes the stones are encased in matrix. But yeah, look at that. Flipping stuff over. It kind of makes me wonder, like, if this critter were the size of a Tyrannosaurus, an adult Tyrannosaurus. Just see it, like, walking around just casually flipping over cars. What a terrifying animal if you're an invertebrate in the substrate there. This is your worst nightmare. That's cool stuff. That's cool stuff. Rolling Stones cover band. There you go, Trek Nerd, yeah. And are you secretly birds, Claire and Danny? Shh, Charlie's Dragon. Goodness, don't even say stuff like that. You know, you don't want this channel to get shut down, you know, because with loose just kidding. Yeah, I'm not a bird. I don't think Claire is either. Yeah. Very nice, Space. Ruddy turnstones. What a cool bird, and what a cool behavior. And just be glad that these animals aren't 15 feet tall, or they would probably turn over cars like that, you know? Yeah. Lenina, on the other hand, yeah, Lenina might be a bird. There's a bird among us. Yeah, there you go. The bird imposter. Ms. Art Rules has got some kind of bird of prey here. Is that a red-tail? Ooh. Red-tailed hawk. Yeah, very nice, Ms. Art Rules. Beautiful. Take a look at that. We have got this lovely red-tailed hawk. One of the most common raptors in North America is the red-tailed hawk. Neon Coffee Cat says birds aren't real. That's just what the government wants you to think, Neon Coffee Cat. So when the birds take over, you're not worried. Until it's too late. And Neverwinter says, I think that's a red-shouldered hawk. Really? Here, red-tailed hawk versus red-shouldered hawk. Oh, it does look like it has more banding on the feathers. Which would be characteristic of a red-shouldered hawk, huh? Yeah, it does look more like a red-shouldered hawk. Which is honestly... Sorry, Red Tails, but that's honestly even cooler. Because they're not as well known, they're not as common. You know? Yeah. Very cool. Very cool. Holy cow. Very nice, Ms. Art Rules. Very, very nice. Yeah. And, Green Herring agrees with that. A red-shouldered hawk. We've got a consensus forming. Yeah. Yeah. Tommy Ploticus says, a classic Thursday Birds Day. Well, well, well. There's a blue jay there, I promise. My phone is on max zoom and I couldn't get closer. Spotted in Binbrook, Canada. I see it. No, I see it. Yeah. Right there. Bird. Beep, 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 beep. Bird spotted. Avian acquired. We've got our lovely blue jay there. Do you live in the... Is Binbrook in the eastern part of Canada? Because in North America, these are like east of the Mississippi birds, as I understand it. You find them in the eastern part of the U.S. Yeah, it is a pretty bird. It really is. Activated, yeah. They've chosen a very obvious piece of cover. Yeah, yeah. In the Ottawa area, they scream so loud, lol, Miggity Marty. You know, they probably think the same thing about the noises that people make, especially with cars and jet planes, air horns, ice cream trucks, etc., you know? You're very familiar with Blue Jays. Isn't that the name of the basketball team in Toronto? Maple Leafs? No, Blue Jays. Vuvuzelas at football matches? There you go, Activated Complex. Yeah, yeah. Miggity Marty says Raptors. No, Blue Jays aren't raptors, Miggity Marty. They're not birds of prey. They're not acipterids. No, I know, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I know. Anywho. That's cool. Like, you've got 2 different baseball teams named after dinosaurs in Toronto. Which is funny, because Toronto isn't even the dinosaur capital of Canada. It's not the right province, you know? Alberta is. That's interesting. That's interesting. Yeah. And we have several jays here in Oregon, including... You have blue jays in Oregon? Are you sure they're not Stellar's jays or scrub jays? aggressive not? Because I thought blue jays were more of an East Coast thing. Yeah. Okay, interesting. What are the teams called, Danny? Sports ball teams. Ragnarok, that's what they're called. And the rocks under Toronto are way too old for dinosaurs. That's the same when you go further south into, like, New York and stuff. Those rocks are too old for dinosaurs. Yeah. My home province. Oh, very cool. Vermintide. Is Alberta your home province? Nice. Yeah. Yeah. Well, very nice there. Tommy Platycus, very nice indeed. Alexander Morrison. Ooh. A large and visually stunning Ava metatarsalian birdline archosaur. Love the terminology. That's great, Alexander. Yes! Starting around and preening. Emus are always a favorite of mine due to their large size and the three-toed feet that greatly resemble the foot of a non-avian theropod. Here. Let's embiggen this. And maybe this is a Chrome issue today. Because Discord is also having some issues with, do I have this muted? It is muted. Okay. I know sometimes you put music in here. Maybe not today. But, very nice. I'm going to restart this and I'm going to go get my emu foot that I have. Yeah, very nice. What a beautiful bird. Holy cow. Yeah. Lovely, Alexander Morrison. This is one of my favorite extant birds, too. They are pretty extraordinary. And, yeah, the foot of an emu resembles very closely the foot of a non-avian theropod dinosaur. Take a look at that right there. So you've got the three toes like this. Digits 2, 3, and 4. Digit 1, the hallux. Like, dew claw has been lost in these guys. They only have 3. They don't have 4 like a lot of theropods where they've got the little dew claw. These guys don't. Yeah. So this is my resin cast. Molded and cast copy of an emu foot. And it is super, super cool. I got this for some of my illustration and sculpting work to use as a reference. It's pretty darn neat. It really is. And like you were saying, yeah, it does really resemble that of a non-avian theropod. To the point where, yeah, take a look at this. We can actually study emus to gain clues about how...
Speed of this animal, it was probably moving along at least 11 kilometers, something like 6 or 7 miles per hour, which is a pretty good clip. It would be a jog for a human being.
There we go.
The movements of modern birds can also shed light on how dinosaurs traveled.
Yep.
Jim Farlow studies Australian emus and their similarities to T-Rex.
It would be nice to know what Tyrannosaurus was like as a living animal, but it's very inconveniently extinct. And if you want to get a picture...
Jack Horner would say it's not inconveniently extinct. He's like, I find it pretty convenient to be able to walk to my truck without having to be worried about being eaten by a T-Rex on the way there, you know? Yeah. Maybe that's not so inconvenient exactly, aggressive not, yeah. But yeah.
It's very inconveniently extinct. And if you want to get a picture of how it moved, what it might have been like when it was alive, it's helpful to look at modern animals that give us an approximation to something like Tyrannosaurus. And of such modern animals, I think the emu is about as good a model as one could hope to find. I suspect it's probably faster than Tyrannosaurus was. An emu in the wild can go, 50, maybe 60 kilometers an hour. Tyrannosaurus, obviously, we've no direct way of determining how fast it could go. but based on the calculations of the strength of its bones relative to the size of the animal, I would think that a good ballpark figure for the top speed of Tyrannosaurus might be something on the order of 30, 40 kilometers per hour.
Yeah, maybe when it's full grown.
If you look at the way this emu walks, the way it puts its feet one in front of the other, it's a striding walker.
Anyway.
It doesn't hop like a kangaroo. And if you look at the way it picks up its feet as it goes, I think this is about as close to a Tyrannosaurus as we can find in our modern world. And that's part of the fascination that emus have for me.
Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Me too. And Alexander Morrison, probably you as well. Thank you for sharing there. That is really, really neat. A juvenile Tyrannosaurus would have been a pretty fast runner. These were very leggy, lightweight, agile animals, I think. And there you go, Charcoal. Little saying Tyrannosaurus? Yeah. Well, yeah. Oh, and Huscaraptor, that was the Natarita formation, Huscaraptor. Let me show you. The Natarita formation, I'll give you a link. Yeah, anyway, let's get back to this. Charcone is next. They say, I worry about the company this male house finch keeps. A male house sparrow. House sparrows have been known to raid bluebird nests. That being said, these two were at the feeder together, and so, well, we might be seeing an interspecies friendship. Edit, so I have to apologize to this bird. It looks like a Eurasian tree sparrow, per Matt Pye and Charlie's Dragon below. Interesting. That's a Eurasian tree sparrow there on the right? That's way cooler, honestly, than Passera domesticus, the English house sparrow. That's pretty neat. That's pretty neat, Charcone. And deserving of a paleo salute for teaching us all something there, too. Cool stuff. Cool stuff. It's neat when you see a sparrow like this and you don't have to go, oh yeah, that's just a house sparrow. Even though it looks so much like a house sparrow there, I could see how you thought it was. That would be my first thought, too, you know? That's rare in the US, this Neverwinter. Was this in the US? A Eurasian tree sparrow in the United States? That's nuts. Yeah. And you're more interested in long-limbed terrestrial crocodilomorph movements? That's cool, Alexander. That's cool. Sabicids and things like that. But yeah. And thank you, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah. It's one of the birds you get at the bird feeder. Very cool, Charlie's Dragon. Very cool. Neat. Thank you for sharing there, Charcon. Matt Pye says, oddly enough, this doesn't look to me like a house sparrow. Oh, yeah. Nice. And Risu says, I have finally convinced my little Junko that the feeder is delightful and they should get some snacks. I love birds in the camera lens. Birds just coming right up to the camera lens always brings me joy. That's really nice to see Risu and Miss Haru. Very, very cool. Man, that's a neat feeder. That's really cool. Yeah, the feeder cams are very fun with you. Yeah. Head-on birds are the best birds, says Emily. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. And la the Lanina. It's European starlings on the power lines near where I work. Very nice, Lanina. Very nice. Starlings are one of those birds that are invasive. Just like Hogan was talking about there in chat. But they are, they're beautiful nonetheless. They're still birds after all, you know? As much as we might get angry at them for being invasive, they're still beautiful animals. And there's a lovely book about this that I'd like to share with you if I can find it real quick. There we go. Mozart's Starling is a book I really need to finish, actually, but by Leanda Lindhaupt, a book about starlings and about, yeah. Well, I'll just read you a little blurb from the back. A blurb written about this book by another author. A delightful, entertaining, breathless flight through the worlds of Carmen and Star, two European starlings who join their human counterparts in exploring life and music and nature, helping to shed light on the connection between humans and birds, those of us bound to terra firma and those who are free to soar. This is a book about the starling that Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart had as a pet, and also a starling that the book's author had as a pet. It's a lovely exploration of what birds mean to us and what we mean to them. Even when those birds are invasive. Excellent book. Highly recommend. Good stuff. And thank you, Claire Burr, for pulling that up so quickly on Thrift Books. You get it for less than $5. I would recommend it. Thank you, Lenina, for your Thursday Birds Day bird photo. Yeah. Well, that's neat. Pilot flew in World War II, named after reading that this bird is supposedly ungainly flying characteristics and messy nesting habits. Activated complex, that's awesome. Like many red-blooded Americans, the P-51 Mustang, particularly the P-51D, with the bubble canopy, are my favorite fighter planes. So that's really cool, activated complex. I like that a lot. Yeah. Hogan says, aren't pigeons basically human-made? Kind of. Yeah, wild pigeons. There are a lot of breeds of what we call fancy pigeons. Here we are looking up a bird that didn't even show up in the Discord yet, but that's okay. Fancy pigeons. There we go. Yeah, take a look at this. Fancy pigeon breeds. Play it back at double speed. Once it finally plays. Come on, YouTube. Yeah. Selectively bred for different weird characteristics. Really cool stuff. Yeah. Yeah. So all of these were bred from, you know, like your normal feral city pigeons, basically. From something that looked like them, you know? Yeah. Pretty neat. Pretty neat. Anywho. And Matt Pye says, Eurasian crane photographed last week during a birding trip in France. Holy cow. I've never seen a Eurasian crane before. Very cool. Yeah. Cranes are really neat. They are. And, how many species of crane are there? Let's look them up on the Tree of Life real quick. Let's look up Eurasian crane. Wasn't there a TV show about Eurasian cranes? Eurasian crane. It's set in Seattle, I think. Kelsey Grammer? It'd be funny if Frasier actually were a show about cranes. I'd watch that. Also known as the common crane. The Eurasian crane there. So they form a clade with hooded cranes and black-necked cranes. Whooping cranes are an outgroup there, as are red-crowned cranes. There's a lot of cranes. Holy cow. There's a lot of cranes. Well, 13 species. Okay. Grus is the genus name. That's cool that cranes like this are a monophyletic group. I guess gray-crowned cranes and black-crowned cranes are... Maybe they would be considered true cranes? Or maybe they would. I don't know. Gruids, I guess, would be true cranes. And limpkins. There's so many great bird names. Is this in the Scrabble dictionary? Somebody look it up and see if limpkin is in the Scrabble dictionary, because that... I feel like there are a lot of common bird names like this that... Yeah. It could win you a Scrabble game. Anyhow. Good stuff, Matt Pie. Good stuff. What a beautiful photograph. And that's so cool. You did a birding trip to France, Matt Pie? Let's embiggen this photo. Zoom in and enhance. It's a good-looking bird there, Matt Pie. A wading bird. Yeah. Really neat. And limpkins can cluck like a chicken? Is that right, Sculpin? A limp bizkin. Activated Complex says there was a limp bizkin, but it was hunted to extinction for making just awful noises. Oh no. Let's look up limpkin on YouTube, and let's see if we can hear one make a duck or a chicken noise. There we go. I should just love birds. And Mayor Space says, I see limpkins all the time when I kayak at the springs. They're pretty unimpressed by my presence. You just need a bigger, more gaudy hat, Mayor Space. Maybe with a big, floofy feather in the top. They love to eat snails, says Neverwinter Fool. Interesting. They look like they could really wreck some snails with that beak. Yeah. Very nice. Very nice. Anyway, thank you, Matt Pie, for your lovely Eurasian crane. I can see why it's called a common crane, because Grus, that must have been the first species named from that genus. Very cool, Matt Pie. Very cool. Yeah. And that has your dog's attention? Well, shoot. We gotta continue that, then. You almost always see them with a snail in their beak. That's actually really cool, Mayor Space. Oh, you can see the light shining through its nostril there. Let's pump up the volume. And then, is that a screaming limpkin? That's awesome, Green Herring. From Dr. WD-40? Good stuff. Yeah. Oh. What beautiful sounds. Listen to this all day, you know? Here, we'll find one more. Limpkin Calling. Hey, wasn't that a Clash album? Yeah. Oh man, that's an idea for a parody song. If there was somebody who did like bird song parodies, that one's free. You can have that. Miss Creation says, my cat is fascinated by this. Really? Awesome. Call Weird Al. If Weird Al got really into birds, maybe he'd make Limpkin Calling. Every cone of floor to get used to humans. Nice. It's open. Yeah. An undersung genre on Radio HD. Yeah, I've actually got my own bird parody song that I need to do at some point. Yeah. A few, actually. Let's see. Have you seen this before, chat? I know we've played this a couple times, but bird sounds slowed down. They sound like non-avian dinosaurs when slowed down. Take a look at this. Any animals in the vicinity, any dogs or cats watching right now, brace yourselves. Yeah. Any pets going nuts at home right now? The video is entitled Birds Sound Like Non-Avian Dinosaurs When Slowed Down. Part 1. Now there's 2 of them. Oh. Good stuff. Yeah. I love it.
Jump! Jump!
Valiant Cheese.
Your cousin Marvin Berry?
Yeah?
You know that new sound you looking for? Well, listen to this!
Oh yeah, listen to that new sound. Oh, Valiant Cheese, thank you so much for the raid. How did your stream go? I hope it was great. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. And slow-mo birds, yes indeed. Happy Thursday Birds Day, Valiant Cheese. This one's not as dramatic. Yeah, that's a good one. That would be my favorite. That and the peafowl. Super cool. Make a loon call even more terrifying than it already is. Exactly, Green Herring. Exactly. Shoot. That's good. It's good. I love it. Which actually reminds me, well, we'll do that another time. I don't want to play the loon call video too often. But here's a link to this video if any of you would like to see it. There you go. And yeah, loons are super cool. I've only ever heard loons in person like once in my life, and it's a surreal experience. It's so cool. Yeah. Anyway, how did we get on that? I don't remember. But Matt Pie, beautiful crane you've got there. Very nice. And Charlie's Dragon has got a whole host of European greenfinches and tree sparrows. Nice. Look at those dinosaurs enjoying their snow time meal. It is chaos there. That's lovely. God bless us, everyone. Even those smallest of sparrows and finches. Lovely. Really nice there. Charlie's Dragon, thanks for posting. European greenfinch and tree sparrow. Passer montanus. Nice. And it's a crowded perch. Yes, indeed. Thing says male cardinal. Look at that. And Thing, this is lovely. I love how your window is got these dots drawn onto it, so that birds don't run into the glass. That makes me really happy to see, actually. A very responsible bird feeder owner. I'm also impressed that this cardinal will get that close to that decal of that raptor there. I've put up decal. Well, actually, no, that's not a raptor. It's got a thinner beak. Huh. It almost looks like a woodpecker or something. But anyway, yeah. Every time I've ever put those up to keep birds from running into the window, they've just stayed out of the area. So yeah, thank you, Thing, for making your windows bird-friendly, as Valiant Cheese said. Yeah. And Cryptic Caramel agrees. Window dots 10 out of 10? Yeah. That's good stuff. That's good stuff. Yeah. The squiggles were an improvised bird strike deterrent done with dry erase marker. That deserves a paleo salute for sure. And an iOS clap. And one of these. And a Claire Rar. Oops. Nope. No thanks. Sorry. Yeah. Babzillus' audio is muted on this one since it was mostly just capturing wind sounds. My partner and I came across a few western meadowlarks. This was my state bird when I lived in Montana. We initially thought they were starlings until further inspection. Well, let's have ourselves a look. Discord is also being really slow with the videos today. I'm not sure why. There we go. Oh yeah, western meadowlarks. There's like 6 different states that have this as their state bird. We've got 50 states in the US. We've got like 15 state birds. It's probably closer to 20, but still. Yeah. Western meadowlarks. How many states is the western meadowlark state bird of? 6 states. Did I say 6? I thought I was exaggerating. It really is 6 states. Kansas, Montana, Nebraska, North Dakota, Oregon, and Wyoming. It would be really funny if it were the state bird of both South Dakota and North Dakota, but it's not. Yeah, anyway. The western meadowlark. Lovely bird. Really beautiful. And that sound is something that is kind of forever imprinted on me. It sounds like doing field work out on the Montana prairie. There. Don't the states have enough birds to go around? I know, right, Neon Coffee Cat? Yeah. The western meadowlark. Yeah, that sound. South Dakota's the pheasant. Yeah, I remember HD and HB. I think it's on their state quarter, isn't it? Or no, it's probably Mount Rushmore on their state quarter. I say. Beautiful. Actually, speaking of South Dakota and pheasants. Get my pressed penny collection here. The reason why I immediately thought state quarter, despite it not making any sense, is because of this, as I will show you. There we go. My pressed penny collection here. This is but one of the many albums. There we go. This is from when I was driving through South Dakota. Yeah, the Keystone State, South Dakota. All these Mount Rushmore designs, a crazy number of Mount Rushmore designs. But when I stopped at a place called the Corn Palace, they had machines for pressed quarters. And this was the best one right here. It's got a pheasant on it. Yeah. Which is how I remember that's the state bird of Minnesota. Or Minnesota, South Dakota. Sorry, it rhymes. State bird of South Dakota is the ring-necked pheasant, I believe. Yeah. Anyway, that's why I said quarter earlier, because I have a pressed quarter. Oh, and there we go. Yeah, state bird again. At the Corn Palace. Yep. Pheasant. And now you know. Minnesota is the loon. Of course it is, Hogan, yeah. Yeah, that's a good one. I think that's the only state that has the common loon as their state bird, right? That's one of the unique ones. California also has a unique one. No other state has got the California quail. But there is another state that has a California bird as its state bird. I've asked this question many times, but what is it, chat? Which other state? Actually, there's two, strictly speaking. But what state has a California something as its state bird that's not California? Not Chile. We've already got some correct answers here. It's Utah. Utah's state bird is the California gull. It's a long story, and it's a funny one, and I'll tell you another time, because it's been not long enough since the last time I told that story. Yeah. And Static Life Photo says ours is pretty unoriginal. The kookaburra? Well, kookaburra, that's such a cool bird, though, Static Life. That's something to be proud of. No shame in that. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Western Meadowlark, though. Cool bird, and it reminds me of fieldwork in Montana. It really does. Yeah, that's super cool, Babzilla. Thank you for sharing. The Western Meadowlark. They are pretty lovely birds. It's hard to find a bad bird. And it's even harder when you're looking at Western Meadowlarks. They're lovely. And Betmother's got a video, Gull versus Hawk / Falcon. Pick post on behalf of my mom, Mystery Owl in the woods in southern Minnesota. Mystery Owl. Oh, are these dots gonna start moving? Come on, Discord. There we go. Oh, nice. Is that a crow dive bombing a raptor? Interesting. That's what's called, what, mobbing behavior, right? Here, how many more? Okay, we've got a few more. We've got time where I could show you a... Let's see. Yeah. Here, take a look at
Hi,
this.
everyone. People often confuse ravens and crows, but these are two different species, which in fact look pretty similar. They differ in size and beak shape.
This doesn't seem like it's gonna be very good. I was trying to find, like... Oh, why crows attack hawks and eagles. Let's try this, maybe? Yeah. Whoop, come on now. And hang on, am I misinterpreting this? Gull versus hawk or falcon. Why did I think... I looked at this picture, Bette Midler, and I thought crow for some reason. Or maybe I looked at the video and thought crow, but it probably is a gull. Anyway, crows will do this too. And the video's not loading. Let's just continue on. But very cool, Bette Midler. It's neat to see that kind of mobbing behavior. Different birds like that, be they gulls or crows or starlings or whatever. Actually, I'm not 100% sure that starlings do this, but Brewer's blackbirds I've seen do this. Grackles might do it too. They will mob predatory birds and try and drive them away. It was a red-winged blackbird? I'm trying to find... There we go. Yeah. This is exactly what I was looking for. Red-winged blackbirds will go after... That's not a red tail, or this is somebody with longer legs. Is that a sharp-shinned hawk or a Cooper's hawk? Sparrowhawk or something? That's a red-shouldered hawk there. Yeah. These will often occur in the same environment. Red-winged blackbirds really like marshy, kind of swampy environments. So do red-shouldered hawks. And that was a Cooper's there, Neverwinter. Nice! Okay, I'm glad I got close there. Yeah, nice. And Green Herring says, red-winged blackbird's the only bird that has attacked me. Count your lucky stars. Maybe count your lucky starlings, Green Herring. You've never been attacked by, a shoebill or a cassowary. Yeah, red-winged blackbirds, they've got some moxie there, Emulate. Yeah. Or a goose. Sure, HD. Yeah. Or a forest rakid. Or a gastornis. Anyway. Very cool, Bette Midler. And let's look at this mystery owl. Mystery owl. What's so mysterious about it? Oh, I see. My goodness. What sort of owl is this? What is it doing here? What does it want from us? The owl just wants to know who cooks for you. Lordy often does, Green Herring. I'm lucky to live here. The truth is out there. Yeah, what is the truth? What kind of owl is this? Is it looking backwards, or are those fake eyes? The mystery keeps growing, Claire Burr. And it's a barred owl, says Bette Midler. Okay. Risu Degu and Sculpin say barred. And Green Herring says, cause it's a barred owl. That's how their call sounds like. I know, Green Herring. I know. Anyway, good stuff. Good stuff. A barred owl, Bette Midler. Well, it's not barred from this stream. Owls are always welcome. Thanks for posting, Bette Midler. And birds have all kinds of interesting methods, says Green Herring, for keeping warm in the winter. Look up duck feet sometimes to be amazed. Oh yeah, oh they're super, super cool. But of course, one of the most obvious tools for keeping warm is floof. When it gets cold out, birds turn into big fluffy orbs. Scientific term, borbs, which helps trap pockets of warm air close to their bodies. Yes, indeed. Here's a couple of very round morning doves, relaxing and warming up at sunset. I love this. What a beautiful photo and bit of information here for us on the December solstice. Green herring, this is fantastic. Look how floofy they are. That is some classic dinosaur thermoregulation there. With those exquisite feathers. Look how fluffy and warm those look. Holy cow. Extraordinary. Yeah. Golden hour morning doves. Beautiful green herring. Beautiful. Yeah. And that one does almost look like it's winking. What's he up to? Yeah. Good stuff, green herring. Always top tier. Thank you again for posting. That's excellent. That's excellent. Beautiful. Beautiful. I gotta move on or I'm just gonna keep gushing. Dr. Tara has got a red-billed woodpecker. Where? Waiting for something to move here. This is gonna be a jump scare. There we go. Very nice. Yeah, excellent. Woodpeckers are so much fun to watch. They're lovely birds, and I like them a lot. Yeah. Good stuff there. Dr. Tara? Lovely. I don't know if I've ever seen a red-billed woodpecker before. I don't know where those occur. A red-bellied woodpecker. Oh, okay. I'm not 100% sure I've seen that either, though. I probably have. I've probably seen them in Montana. A downy little guy at me mum's, says a truckhorn. Is that a little downy woodpecker? Oh, they're so cute. Turning away from the camera like, ugh, don't photograph me. Good stuff. Good stuff. And you posted one last week, Risa Dego? Shoot. Okay. Yeah, nice. Oh, I remember that now, yeah. She's prissy, says the truckhorn, yeah. They're lovely. Very nice, truckhorn, very nice. Miss Creation says, I took this photo in early November. I think it's a Taurasian crow from Queensland, Australia. Look at that eye. That's a serious looking bird there. This bird doesn't mess around. Well, they do mess around too, but they do it in a serious way. They're crows, you know? Really lovely. Taurasian crow. Let's look them up on the Tree of Life. Mostly because I just want a reminder of how many species of crow there are, because I'm always surprised by how many there are. Such a successful group of birds. There's the Taurasian crow. Taurasian? Taurasian? Cupid crow, Australian raven, thick-billed raven, Sinaloa crow. 34 species of crows and ravens here. 36 species there. 39 species, includes rooks and jackdaws. 44 species within genus Corvus. It is impressive. Yeah. Holy cow. I didn't realize that they're all in the same genus. That's a big genus, 44 species. I say split that genus up a little bit, but I don't know. I'm not an ornithologist. That's cool. That's cool. Thank you, Miss Creation, for that lovely crow. Here, let's embiggen this. I feel like there's room to embiggen here. Yeah, look at that. Hello. It's fantastic. I like that a lot. Yeah, that face. And just, what's going on behind those eyes, you know? They're such clever animals. That's a smart dinosaur right there, you know? You what? The green herring. Do not cross this bird. It might end you. Miscreation, thank you for posting. That's great. And Static says, a little late to the party, but these beautiful great egrets are always worth a look. So they are. And is that a crocodile lurking in the background?
The world's first armored tank, you might say.
And Tyler...
The trunk is completely covered with thin, bony plates.
Tyler O056, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. An alligator, says Sculpin. It might be.
Paleontology, much larger mysteries still remain.
And Herman, thank you for the follow too. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. I am kind of intrigued by that. No, that's not an alligator. I don't know what that is. But we've got a great egret right here. Beautiful. And that is a great egret. Thank you for posting it there, Static. That's lovely. It really is. An alligator would be very lost in a small lake in Sydney. Static? Fair. That's cool how widespread great egrets are, though. I mean... Oh, are they invasive in Australia? Great egret, Ardea alba. Yeah, there you go. Okay, year-round is probably in purple. That's really neat. That's really neat. Wide distribution. Huh. Neat stuff, Static. Neat stuff. It's not just a good egret. No. It's a great egret, HD. Great egrets, no regrets. Oh, Charlie's Dragon. Yes, agreed. Now, cover an area of the spoonbills that live in this area. Oh, that'd be super neat. Oh, speaking of Australian birds.
Help me.
Thank you, Sip13, for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good stuff. Good stuff. Our planet is so egrety, Golganak. You're right. What a wondrous, wondrous planet to live on. You know, that's one of the reasons Earth is my favorite planet. It's got the most dinosaurs, including the most living dinosaurs, birds. So yeah. I remember back in school, your classmates go like, what's your favorite planet? I like Saturn because it's got rings. I like Jupiter because it's big. It's like, I like Earth because I live here. And it has dinosaurs. No other planets have that. As far as I know. That's reason enough for me. Earth is the best planet. Objectively, Lenina. As people would say here on Twitch, S-tier planet. You know? E-tier planet. Earth-tier planet. Class M planet. And Sip says, great content, nice stream. I appreciate that, Sip. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Happy Thursday Birds Day, and happy December solstice. Yeah, December solstice to you. We just wrapped up our shortest day of the year here in North America. In California, I should say. In the beautiful sunny San Francisco Bay Area. Yeah. Anyway, it's good to have you here. Normally we talk dinosaurs on this channel. We do a lot of dinosaurs here because dinosaurs are what I study, what I publish on, what I dig up. Today was a very Pleistocene mammals heavy day because we were talking about ice ages, last glacial maximum, stuff like that. But yeah, it is Thursday Birds Day, so for the latter part of this broadcast, Valiant Cheese, we were talking about extant dinosaurs for Thursday Birds Day, like this beautiful female red-winged blackbird. You know, often the female birds don't get enough attention because they're not as brightly colored as the males in nearly all bird species. Bird species that exhibit sexual dimorphism in terms of their plumage, females are usually the more drab ones. But yeah, here's one nibbling on a reed in Central Florida. Tuckahue? Sorry, Tuckahue. That's lovely. That's really nice. A beautiful lady red-winged blackbird. Stealth girls. There you go, Golkanek, yeah. Yeah. Stuff. And Neilf has got some brown pelicans for us. Lovely. I love pelicans. They're always a joy to see. And, yeah. These are the largest flying bird in... I was going to say in Northern California, but we've had some condors make their way up north recently. So condors have a bigger wingspan than these guys, California condors. But apart from them, I think these guys are the bird with the largest wingspan in California. In Northern California, at least. Very cool, Neil. Very cool. And Cheeseness has got a video of this friend from before scratching their neck. Seems the beak open thing is just something this one does. Go, little friend, scratch your best scratch. What is this? Oh, I remember this little bird from last time. And is this an Australian magpie? What is this? What kind of bird is this, chat? An Australian magpie, not a corvid. Yeah, Valiant Cheese. Let's look them on the Tree of Life. Look up them on the Tree of Life real quick, too. So. Biggity Marty. Thank you for that. I do appreciate it, Biggity Marty. Thank you so much for those 5 gift subs. Thank you very, very much. There's 5 people in the chat now. We won't have to worry about ads for the next 30 days. Thanks to your generosity there, Megany Marty. Thank you for your support, your thoughtfulness. It's excellent. I appreciate that, Megany Marty. I really do. Yeah. Here's our corvids here. Genus Corvus. Right there. Corvids and the Australian magpie. Oh, hang on. What is this going to be, Dr. Irrefutable?
Oh, Lisa, there's a little present for you lying in the driveway. Oh, boy, really?
Oh.
I wasted $5 on...
Well, you didn't waste $5 on this, Dr. Irrefutable. Those 500 bits are very much appreciated by me and everybody who watches this channel, because that sort of thing keeps me here on the air. So thank you, Dr. Irrefutable, for that. I appreciate it. Here, let's jump from corvids to the Australian magpie, which is, I am told, a songbird? Is that right, Rosand? Yeah. Gymorphina tibicen, the Australian magpie, which is... oh yeah, it's related to butcherbirds. I remember this. pretty hardcore name. That's got to be a band name, I would imagine. Some musicians must have tried to take advantage of that bird's nomenclature clout there, right? Yeah. Anyway, very cool. And that's our last one. You hear their songs are like jazz. Charcone. Well, we gotta look that up. Oh yeah. Here we go. Wow, it is like jazz. You know, it's about the chirps they don't tweet, you know? Really is like jazz. Are they related to starlings? They're doing something almost kind of starling-like. That is fascinating. Oh, and static, oh no. Oh, HD, don't say that. That was the nickname of the Focke-Wulf 190 during World War II? Really? They called it the Australian magpie? Interesting. No, I'm kidding there. I'm Adam 33, yeah. Are these guys related to starlings, I wonder? Butcher birds? Wood swallows, peltups, currawongs. Apparently not. Starlings are way over there? Okay, interesting. It seems that kind of complex vocalization has evolved independently in different groups of birds, which is really interesting. Yeah. There's a shoegaze band in San Francisco named Butcher Birds. Also interesting, Truckhorn. Cool. Yeah. Anyway. Very cool. Very cool. Happy Thursday, Birds Day to all of you, and happy December solstice. Whether it's the first day of winter, like it is for us here in the Northern Hemisphere, or whether it's your first, or I guess now second day of summer down in Australia or elsewhere in the Southern Hemisphere, I hope you had a good one today. Thank you for spending part of it with me. And I hope you're just as excited as I am for tomorrow's stream on the coelacanth. Holy cow. Here, let's jump from these guys to coelacanths. Yeah. A remarkable animal, the coelacanth. Sometimes called a living fossil. Here's a not particularly big one. This is about the same size as the one that I have 3D printed. A fish long thought extinct. Turns out they're actually still around. We'll be talking about that whole story tomorrow, so tune in then. We'll also be talking about fossil coelacanths like these. Some of them got very, very big. Oh yeah. Yeah. That's good stuff. And the solstice was 4 minutes ago? Well, welcome to winter and or summer. North or southern hemisphere, depending on where you are. But yeah. Good stuff, everybody. Tune in tomorrow for a special coelacanth stream. It's Fishmas tomorrow. Yeah. But until then, everybody, I hope you have a wonderful evening or morning, whatever time it is for you. Let's pull up a fossil bird here, Archaeopteryx, for our credits. And don't go away just yet. We're going to go tune into somebody else doing some stuff. Let's see who is on right now. You know what? Let's go say hello to Mr. Urologist is on for the first time in some time. We'll go see what he's doing some watch repair. Balance staff tuning. Let's hear about it. It's been a long time since we've raided into Mr. Urologist. Doing some old school clockwork live on stream. Let's go check it out. Anyway, thank you everybody for another wonderful stream. I hope you enjoyed this. I hope you learned something. I hope you've got a better understanding and appreciation for the world around us and our place in it. From the seasons, you know, that change the weather in our daily lives, to the creatures we share our planet with. I hope you've got some sort of a newfound appreciation, maybe at least in some small way, for the natural world. I really think you will tomorrow, too, if you tune into the Coelacanth stream, so please do. Everybody, you take care, and let's go see what Mr. Urologist is up to. I'll see you there. Bye-bye.